Good morning. Today in the kitchen I'm making homemade eggnog. The holidays have passed and I realize I didn't make any this year. But my son-in-law loves it, so I'm going to make a quick batch and share with him. Now this is an easy eggnog recipe. It comes together in only a few minutes. Now I do like to make it the day ahead because once it sets in the refrigerator overnight, those spices really come through. It's got a much better flavor the next day. So join me in the kitchen as we pull it together. Now my eggnog recipe is non-alcoholic, and that's the way we like it. But you can add rum or anything that you like. It's personal preference. We want to start out by getting our mixture warm. I put my burner on medium-low to do this. Then I'm going to add 2 cups of whole milk, 1 teaspoon of vanilla, and I used clear. And then I'm going to add my spices, which is 1 teaspoon of cinnamon, 3/4 teaspoon of ground nutmeg, 1 pinch of salt, and 3 whole cloves. Once you have this mixed together, you want to warm it for about 5 minutes. Once it has warmed for 5 minutes, then turn your heat up to medium-high, and you're going to pretty much have to stir it constantly to avoid scorching. But you want to bring it up to just a boil. Then you'll turn your heat off. Now I'm going to combine 3/4 cup of sugar and 6 large egg yolks in a bowl. I'm going to whisk them together until the mixture is lightened in color and just a little bit fluffy. Now it's time to temper my eggs with the hot milk. Now as soon as you put a little milk in there, you want to whisk right away as to not cook your eggs. You don't want scrambled eggs in this. Now pour it all back in the saucepan and heat it over medium heat. You'll want to stir constantly for about 5 minutes until the mixture is thick and foamy. Do not allow this mixture to boil. Now that it's thick and foamy, strain it so that you can get your cloves out. Then we're going to let it cool for about an hour. She's cool now, so I'm gonna go ahead and add my remaining 2 tablespoons of vanilla and 2 cups of half and half. And then I'm going to mix that together well and put it right back in the refrigerator. Okay, it's cold now and I'm ready to taste it. I'm going to take my 1 cup of heavy cream and whisk it till it's just lightly firm. Fold it into your cold mixture and it'll be ready to pour and serve. That's delicious. Rich, creamy, like a milkshake, sweet, wonderful. Give it a try. Cornbread. Cornbread is a quick bread made with cornmeal and is associated with Southern cuisine, but its origins are actually Native American. This recipe is hot water cornbread because it uses boiling water to prepare the cornmeal and is probably my most preferred method of eating cornbread. Let me show you how quick this old-fashioned dish comes together. To a mixing bowl, I add 1 cup of cornmeal mix. Now I'm using Martha White brand cornmeal mix. It already contains a little bit of flour, a little baking soda, and a little salt. Now the old way was using straight cornmeal, and they often added a pinch of flour to lighten up the density a bit. There's a few things you can add that will add flavor to this dish. Salt adds flavor, bacon grease adds flavor, and I also put about a tablespoon of sugar in mine. Then enough boiling water to make a soupy mixture. Imagine how our great-great-grandmothers most likely made it. They'd have to build a fire, wait for it to get hot, get the skillet hot. Oh, don't forget, you got to put water on to boil first. Then go get your cornmeal from the bottom of an old barrel. Oh, we have it so easy these days. This dish was also popular during the Depression era because it was so cheap to make. It only called for common ingredients that were very affordable. Now I grab my cast iron wedge pan. I place it on the eye of the stove and turn it on high. I put about 1 tablespoon or less of a neutral oil in each wedge and let that come up to a smoke point. Then I'm going to add my batter to the wedges, and if you listen close, you'll hear it sizzle or fry as it hits that hot oil. Once I have them filled, I place them in a 500-degree oven and let them bake until crispy edges are formed. The whole process don't take but about 10 to 20 minutes. You can also make your batter a little less soupy and fry these up in the skillet. And then you just enjoy them. Serve them for breakfast with butter, syrup, jam, honey. They're also great served as a southern side to beans, greens, chicken, coleslaw, stews, and even chili. I even put cracklins in mine sometimes, pork cracklins. Try this recipe, and while you're nibbling these little crispy wedges and enjoying how quick they were to make, reflect on how long it once took to make them and how simple they are to make today. Good morning. I'm in the kitchen today to make me some strawberry heart biscuits. I saw a video on TikTok a few days back that was put out by White Lily, and it was called Strawberry Heart Biscuits, and oh my goodness, did they look delicious. I said, I've got to try that. Now, I used a few different ingredients than they did, but oh my goodness, they were good. Let me show you how I made mine. Now, before I got started with my dough, I went ahead and preheated my oven to 450, which I have a convection oven, and I lined my baking sheet with parchment paper. Now, to my bowl, I added 2.5 cups of Southern Biscuit Formula L mix. Now, this is where I changed my recipe from theirs. 2 tablespoons of sugar and 1 cup of buttermilk. It only takes a few minutes to get all of your flour moistened with the buttermilk. If you have never used Southern Biscuit Formula L, I encourage you to give it a try. It makes biscuit making so easy. Now, once you have it all moistened, add 1 cup of diced strawberries. And just kind of gently mix them in. Now, my dough was pretty moist, so I put a heavy dusting of flour on my surface. Now once I got my dough workable, I pulled out some heart-shaped biscuit cutters. I had two types. I had a scalloped edged one like you see here, and then I had a straight edged heart. And I believe the straight edge heart done better, made a cleaner cut. Now the White Lily version says to brush the tops of the biscuits with buttermilk before you pop them in the oven, so I did that. Now I'm going to make a lemon icing or a lemon glaze to drizzle over them. I'm going to start out with 1 cup of powdered sugar, and to that I'm going to add 1 tablespoon of lemon juice and just mix it until it's good and smooth. As you can see here, I drizzled the glaze on my biscuits pretty heavily. You wouldn't believe how much that lemon flavor brightens up the taste of this biscuit. Well, I had to taste a small piece of one as soon as it came out of the oven, and it was warm, and it had nothing but strawberry bits in it, and it was delicious. Then I tasted it again after I glazed it. Huge difference. The flavor was so much brighter. And then I even tasted them after they got cool, and I still enjoyed it. It is a good biscuit. It was delicious any way I tasted it. No doubt they would be best served straight from the oven, but I have no problem rewarming these. If you've never seen this recipe or haven't tried this recipe yet, I would encourage you to. They are delicious, and what a sweet treat to have every now and then. Hey, even on Valentine's Day. I thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time in the kitchen. Well, today is meatloaf day. I've been feeling a little bit under the weather for a couple of weeks now, and I'm just wanting some comfort food. I have made meatloaf all of my adult life. I've changed up my recipe several times with various ingredients, usually just what I have on hand. And it's always been good. It always pairs well with creamed potatoes and gravy, and makes a mean meatloaf sandwich the next day. But for the last couple of years, I've been preparing it a little bit different. Now, do you have a favorite part of the meatloaf? I do. It's the topping. And I always wish the entire meatloaf could taste like that 1 inch of the top of the meatloaf. So I picked my favorite meatloaf recipe and started baking it only about 1 inch thick. And oh boy, is that the ticket for us. Let me show you how I make what I call my all-top or all-topping meatloaf. I just grabbed one of my large mixing bowls and I put, I think it was 1.5 pounds of ground beef and a 1/2 pound of ground pork. You can use all beef, any combination you would like. Then I had 4 slices of light bread that I had soaked in milk. I add that to my mixture and 2 eggs. Now this light bread and eggs will keep my meatloaf moist. In goes a little pepper, probably a little salt, some Italian seasoning, and I'll either put the recipe on my website or in the description of this video. You see I added 2 packets of Lipton onion soup mix, and then some garlic powder, smoked paprika, Ritz crackers, a little ketchup, I told you I'd been feeling under the weather. Did you hear that sneeze? Now I want to make sure all this is combined well, mixed well. And you really just have to get your hands in there and use your fingers to just get it all put together. Parmesan cheese. I went ahead and sprayed my casserole dish with some butter to help with the cleanup. Now I'm going to pat my mixture only to about 1 inch thick in this casserole dish. I have more mixture than will bake in this one dish, but I'll just package it up and cook it later. There's another one. Always remember, sneeze into your elbow. Okay, now I'm going to mix up my topping. And I like my topping kind of sweet and a little bit spicy. Just a little bit. I can't take much spice. But I put my ketchup in my measuring cup. I don't know, maybe a cup of it, and then about a 1/2 cup of brown sugar will go in, a splash of Worcestershire sauce, and like I say, you see me put a healthy squirt of that spicy ketchup in there as well. I don't like it hot. the oven we go. I think I cooked it at 350. Oh, I probably started checking at about 30 minutes. And look at that. No more than an inch thick. The ratio of topping and meatloaf is delicious. So if you're one that likes a taste of the topping in every bite of your meatloaf, give this recipe a try. Let me know how you like it or what you would do differently. If you give this recipe a try, I hope you enjoy it, and I will talk to y'all later. Okay, I've got to catalog this one. This is probably the best pound cake recipe I have found to date. It has all the usual ingredients of a pound cake, but something strikes a chord in me that takes me way back to being a young girl and growing up on a farm. Go back in time with me for just a second. It's summertime in the deep south, and summer means a very large vegetable garden. The menfolk were out early, picking the sweet corn by hand while it was fresh and while the nighttime hours had replenished its moisture from the previous day, and because they knew it would be scorching hot later in the day. The ladies and us kids were setting up workstations under the many pecan trees that were at the edge of the garden. One station for shucking, one for silking, one for blanching, one for cutting or creaming, and one for bagging it and getting it ready for the freezer. This would be an all-day task. Well, after about 4 hours of processing corn, you are hot and you are sticky. Not only sticky from the heat, but sticky from the corn. But all of a sudden, you hear the slamming of a screen door up at the farmhouse, and your weariness just perks up a little bit and a smile slips across your face, because you know that that's Granny coming from her kitchen. She would have a cooler packed full of ice-cold Coca-Colas. You could hear them fizz as she popped the top and started handing them out to all the helpers. Then she would give us all a slice of the best tasting pound cake ever, still warm from the oven. It would melt in your mouth. No fancy ingredients, but oh, how delicious it was. I remember just sitting there in the cool shade, pressing that ice-cold bottle against my neck, and I may as well have been in an air-conditioned room. My heat had been temporarily relieved, and my hunger had been satisfied, and that is what this cake says to me. Now, I could go on and on down memory lane, but this is just a video of a pound cake. Let me show you how I made it. Let me start out by saying I found this recipe in Southern Grit Cookbook, 100 plus down-home recipes for the modern cook by Miss Kelsey Barnard Clark. I'll also insert a snapshot of the recipe right here. You can always stop your video and write it down or take a screenshot. It's called Miss Rodman's Cream Cheese Pound Cake, and it starts out with 3 cups of sugar and 3 sticks of butter and 1 8-ounce block of cream cheese, and we're going to cream all that together. Once creamed, we're going to start adding our eggs. Now this recipe calls for 6 eggs, and with any cake or pound cake recipe, they usually ask you to add them 1 at a time. I sometimes do them 2 at a time, but the point is to mix them well after each addition. Now I stir in the flour, and I do this 1 cup at the time. In goes 1/4 teaspoon of salt and 1 tablespoon of vanilla. I sometimes use cream bouquet in place of the vanilla. In goes the 2nd cup of all-purpose flour. And now the 3rd. Now that it's mixed really well, I'm going to use some Baker's Joy and spray my well-loved Bundt baking pan. I have used this pan for years and it has baked many cakes. Now, she's off to a 325-degree oven, and the recipe says bake it for 60 to 90 minutes in a Bundt pan. My oven hovers around, it takes an hour and 10 minutes to an hour and 15 minutes. Let it cool for 10 to 15 minutes, and then turn it out onto a cake plate or a cake board. This was still a little bit too hot for cutting, but I do enjoy a piece warm from the oven. Oh, let me insert a little side note here. This is a delicious cake, and I have made it many times. But one of the times that I was making it, there was company in the house, and Charlotte was around me in the kitchen, and I was making the cake and talking and laughing, and then I realized, oh no, I don't know how many cups of flour I've put in this cake. Have I put 2 or have I put 3? And I was afraid to put another cup, because what if I had put 3 and this would have been the 4th cup? I did not pre-measure it this time because I'd made it several times. So I went ahead and I baked the cake, and I really thought at the time I had made a huge mistake. But anyway, I took that cake out of the oven after it got done, and again, family was here, so as it was cooling, before it cooled, it was still warm, I cut everybody a slice and took it to them, and they just loved it. They're like, what's different? This is different than last time. What's different? And I said, well, I'm not sure. It's either got 2 cups of flour or 2.5 cups of flour, but it does not have 3, and I'm not sure. I share this because now every time I make this cake, I only use 2 cups of flour. Now it makes it a little eggier. It does not rise quite as high, but you talk about moist and delicious. It sits by my coffee pot. It sits by my daughter and her husband's coffee pot. It is delicious. Now the cake is great with 3 cups of flour. What I like about this one is, normally when you make a cream cheese based pound cake, you kind of want to cut the topping off because the topping is the best part. This one, the cream cheese flavor goes all the way through the cake. You can eat the cake plain. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need anything on it. It is flavorful all the way through. It is not dry, and that's with 3 cups. But I tell you, I stumbled on that 2-cup deal, And now every time I make it, just for us now, I don't take it off that way, but just for us, it has 2 cups of flour, and it is delicious. And now, every time I turn around, this is what my cake plate looks like. But anyway, like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, I had to catalog or make a recording of this one because it is definitely a keeper. I hope y'all give it a try, and I'll talk to you later. I just got back from a quick road trip where Frankie and I visited Cades Cove in the Great Smoky Mountains. I had been reading about all the bear activity that's been going on this year, and this visit did not disappoint. I counted 8 bear, 6 turkeys, and 2 deer. That's the most ever for me. It was a good, although totally impromptu trip. I throwed clothes in a bag and took off with no plans made ahead of time, and that's unusual for me. That's what I call flying by the seat of your pants. But it's nice to change up your routine from time to time. But now I'm back home, and the garden chores are calling. Potatoes still need to be dug, squash and cucumbers need to be picked, peppers need to be picked. So I'm going to be busy in the garden for several days. And I'm going to make a dish called beef stroganoff that should pair well with these vegetables. Let's put this dish together. I pulled all my ingredients together and laid them out on the bar. I'll put the recipe in the description box of this video, but I'll call it out real quick too. I had 2 pounds of ground chuck, a diced onion, 1 diced bell pepper, a teaspoon of minced garlic, 6 tablespoons of butter, 6 tablespoons all-purpose flour, 3 cups of beef broth, and 1.5 cups of that I used a packet of Lipton onion soup mix instead of broth. Mixed it with water, and then the other 1.5 cups was beef broth. 2 cups of sour cream, 2 cans of cream of mushroom soup, salt and pepper to taste, and I served it over egg noodles, but you can also serve it over rice or toast. As you can see, I browned my ground beef a little bit before adding my onions and bell pepper and garlic. I wanted to have a little bit of crunch in the sauce, so I didn't add it at the beginning. Now to make the sauce, you'll see 6 tablespoons of butter go in, then 6 tablespoons of all-purpose flour. You'll see 1.5 cups of Lipton onion soup mix mixed in water, and then 1.5 cups of broth will go in. And then I salted and peppered, I think, a little bit to taste. Now, in goes the 2 cans of cream of mushroom soup and then 2 cups of sour cream. Oh, I don't think I mentioned it before, but I also had 2 small containers of mushrooms that I added to mine. You can see I'm just cooking them in a little bit of butter. And rather than mixing them in the sauce, I'm going to serve them over the sauce. And there it is, served over a bed of egg noodles and paired with fresh veggies from the garden. Or she does?
I told her you probably go pretty frequent if you keep it short.
If I keep it.
She wants to go back with me so she can get hers done. Hey, we need to go see if that's a sycamore. Where the road grader gets it.
GoPro. Stop it.
That man says it's across the road.
What I hear, I need to fight to maintain my faith. Don't allow others to distract me or impact my faith. Fight to continue to believe when the world around me tells me to doubt. Now let me be a doer of the word that my decisions in my life. I just need to. Yeah, I got Dad not covered yet, but I ain't had time to. That's the ones I'm gonna look at.
Put her back.
Is that on Papa's wallet?
Yep.
I was looking at
Somebody
something.
don't fix her fuel line, she ain't gonna be able to drive it. Get over
I was looking at some stuff on his phone. He got, when he sat down last night, he was looking at Margie. And, there's one of them, I must have had his phone, but him and Charles had James. James had his in the grease. Either way is fine. Well, look! You gonna give it a taste? Tell me if it's Char approved.
You gotta taste it.
Is it good? Give me a thumbs up. Good morning. Let's grab a bucket and go to the garden. I'm feeling like some fried squash today. Early mornings are my most favorite time of day. It's usually cooler, the birds are singing, the roosters are crowing, the sprinkler is usually running, and in the distance I can hear a train crossing through the community. We should have a few squash this morning, but not many. The plants are young and should be producing well at this point, but they haven't had any rain in the last 2 weeks to speak of. I'm running some water on them, but it's not quite the same as getting rain. We get afternoon clouds that appear to be a rain shower, but as soon as they form, they skirt around us and no rain. I joke that the clouds are just teasing the garden. But hey, that's okay. It's producing, and I'm able to get a few things in the freezer and have plenty to eat fresh. What more can I ask for? These are my Kentucky Wonder pole beans, and this is the first time I've ever tried to grow them. And it seems like it's taken forever for them to start putting on beans. If y'all have grown Kentucky Wonder pole beans, especially in Zone 8B, leave me a comment and let me know if we're right on time or if something's wrong. We are also getting pretty tomatoes this year, and they're making fine tomato sandwiches. Now let's take these inside, clean them up, and fry a few for our supper. When the squash first start coming in for the season, I want to taste the full flavor of the squash. So I either usually do a simple stewed squash or a lightly breaded fried squash. After I've cleaned them good, I trim off the ends and then I start slicing them up, probably about a 1/4 inch thick. You can see on this one, I'm gonna slice it in small discs. I like to do it both ways, disc and long slices. This is my preferred way. Then to make my breading, I added 3/4 cup cornmeal mix, 1/4 cup all-purpose flour, salt and pepper to taste, 2 teaspoons of garlic and 2 teaspoons of onion powders. Put that in a bag, and I'm just gonna put my dry squash right in this dry flour mixture, and that'll be my first cooking. On my second cooking, I'm going to wet the squash with just a little bit of buttermilk, just enough to put moisture on them that'll make the breading stick a little bit more. These will be a little crunchier than my first batch. You can see I cheated. I pulled out my little Fry Daddy so that I didn't mess up my stove or have my whole stove to clean up afterwards. So I added oil to the fill line, and I started testing my first batch. And you see it's not quite ready yet. I want it to boil a little harder than that, or fry a little harder than that. I'll turn it up some. Now it's ready. It'll only take these 2 or 3 minutes if you slice them thin like I mentioned before, and they'll be ready. Oh my, these look tasty. And look at them paired with these fresh veggies. Every bit of this platter came from the garden this morning. I did make me a small bowl of ranch dip for the cucumbers, so I am ready to take a bite. Look at this one. This is the first batch, which only has the dry dredge on it. As you can see, it's more pliable and limber, so the full squash flavor comes through on these. The dredge does not tone it down or take it away. The second batch had the buttermilk splashed on it before I dredged it, so it has a heavier coating on it. See how stiff this is as I dip it into the ranch? And you can hear how crunchy it is. Now, wasn't that simple? Another day of growing our own food. I'm a blessed girl. Leave me a comment if you love to garden. Tell me how you enjoy your summer squash. I'll be looking for new ideas as the season progresses. So until next video, I'll talk to y'all later. Okay, I'm going to quickly run through the kitchen this morning and throw us a meal in the crock pot. I will be out of the house until mid-afternoon, and I need a meal that'll be ready when I get in. I saw this one on TikTok the other day and thought it looked tasty. So I grabbed my slow cooker, then I added 2 pounds of home-style meatballs. Then I mixed 3 cups of beef broth, 1 teaspoon of minced garlic, 1 teaspoon of onion powder, a little Worcestershire sauce and a little ketchup, and 2 packets of brown gravy mix. I mixed this together and I poured it over the meatballs. Then I added salt and pepper to taste and set the slow cooker to 3 hours. While this was cooking at home, I attended the funeral of a sweet, sweet family member, Al Robertson. Al was 59, and for his family left this world way too young, way too early. He was the life of any room he entered, and if I could sum Al up in just a few words, it would be that he loved. So until we meet again on the other side, Al, farewell. When I returned home, I mixed together 2 tablespoons of cornstarch and 2 tablespoons of water and poured it over the meatballs. Stir this in so that it'll help the mixture thicken up. As it cooked a few more minutes, I quickly made a batch of biscuits because you know I'm going to slice some tomatoes and put on this plate. So if you are looking for an easy Salisbury meatball recipe, this is a good one. I'll talk to y'all later. As you can see, I'm still picking squash from the garden. These plants have been so productive, but they are just about done. I'm going to bring these last few into the kitchen and make squash puppies. Come inside with me. The first thing I'm going to do is grab 1 small squash, clean it up, and then grate it on a box grater. This only takes a second, but be sure to keep your fingers out of the way. Next, I'm going to put it in between some layers of paper towels, and I'm going to try to blot every bit of the moisture that I can out of the squash. If you leave that moisture in there, it'll make your batter fall apart when you try to fry it. This is what I used in my recipe today. 1 1/4 cup self-rising cornmeal mix, 1 green bell pepper diced, 1/2 of a white onion diced, and 1/2 of a red onion diced. 1 egg, 1 tablespoon of sugar, and 1/4 cup of whole milk. Salt and pepper to taste, and of course our small squash grated. Then you just put it all in a bowl and mix it up. Okay, from here I'm going to place my batter in the freezer and let it stay in there about an hour. This will help firm up that batter and help it stay together when you drop it in the grease. These are staying together well. But you just fry them, keep them turning as they fry so they don't just brown on one side, and keep going till you get all your batter done. Oh, I don't think I mentioned I've got my little Fry Daddy set on 350. And there they are, all round and crispy and golden brown. I may or may not have put some butter on one and tasted it while it was warm. Tasty. I also think they're delicious mixed with a little butter and honey. That was tasty as well. My family has really enjoyed these this year, and I hope y'all give them a try. If you do, leave me a comment. Let me know how you like them, or let me know what you do with the last of the squash that come from the garden. I'll talk to y'all later. Today, I made a nice, cool Big Mac salad for my lunch. I have been working almost every day outside, and it is so hot. Highs in the 90s, and the humidity is just off the chart. But hey, that's summertime in the South, and you just learn to roll with it. Come to the kitchen, and I'll show you how I made it. I started out by browning some ground beef. All I add to mine is a little bit of salt and a little bit of pepper. Once you have it browned and seasoned to your liking, just drain the excess grease off. While my beef was browning, I grabbed a mason jar and my blue plate mayonnaise. Now I need 1 cup or 8 ounces of mayonnaise in this jar. You can see the marking on there. And to that, I'm going to add some dill pickles. And I had those little snack size packs of dill pickles that needed to be used in the refrigerator, so that's what I used. Probably comes out to about 2 tablespoons. I added 2 teaspoons of mustard, 1 teaspoon of white vinegar, 1/2 teaspoon of smoked paprika, and 1 1/2 tablespoons of sugar, or a sweetener of your choice. Next, I got out my trusty immersion blender and I mixed it all together. Now mine came out a little bit thicker than what I wanted. I think you could probably thin it a little bit with milk, but I had some dill pickle juice left in my little snack pack. I thinned it with the dill pickle juice. It was delicious too. Now it's time to put it together. I just chopped up a head of romaine lettuce, or a piece of a head, put it on a plate. I sprinkled a little salt and pepper on my lettuce. I have got lots and lots and lots of cherry tomatoes. I had, instead of planting the cherry tomatoes in the garden this year, I planted them around our pool, around the perimeter of the pool, the fence, and they have just gone crazy. I've got tomatoes everywhere. So I went outside, grabbed me a few warm tomatoes, sliced them up, put them on my salad, sprinkled my ground beef. I added a few more dill pickle, little petite dill pickles, some shredded cheese, and I also had a cheese stick. But it was delicious. Oh, don't forget, put your salad dressing on top. Now, I love this salad dressing. Even though it had a lot of dill pickles and dill pickle juice in it, it still came out sweet. I guess that 1 1/2 tablespoons of sugar. It was a sweet dressing, and it was delicious on this salad. But anyway, from this point, you can add any toppings that you would like or that you have extra in your refrigerator at the time. But it was delicious. So, I would encourage you to try it. It is light and refreshing on these hot summer days. And hey, it's low carb as well. Okay, back to work for me, and I'll talk to y'all later. Hello, and welcome to the kitchen. I have Charlotte Lee with me today because she wants to go swimming. But before we swim, we had to prepare some lunch. Earlier this week, I had watched a viral TikTok video of a grinder sandwich and thought, oh, that looks good. I'm going to try it. So Charlotte wanted to help me and do the taste test today. Now, I normally do voiceovers, but I think I'll just let this one play. So look in the description for the ingredients we used in our grinder sandwich.
Don't put your hands in front of this knife because it rides straight off.
Speak plainly. Oops. Oops,
careful,
it's okay.
lettuce.
Don't get it. All right, there's our lettuce.
Be careful.
All right, what's next? ham. You want to put it on and just lay it right through the middle. Maybe three, at least 3 ham.
Hello.
Well, there's only 4, so we'll do all 4. All right, there's our ham.
Is this raw?
Hmm?
Is this raw?
No, it's tipped.
Is that raw? None of this is raw.
Can you pull them apart?
That's
Separate them out?
big.
These are salamis.
I love these pepperonis.
The next one's pepperonis.
They're the big pepperonis too. Look how big these pepperonis are. I've never seen these pepperonis this big before, actually.
And then what was it? Tomatoes.
That looks like a starfish kinda.
You put the little ones on. Hold it.
I'll pick it up.
Afterwards, okay? It may not hold many. We got plenty of tomatoes on there, so I don't want them to run all over. All right, a little salt and pepper.
Can I have the pepper? Do you think Papa will eat this?
Not all in one place. Get it over here on the lettuce.
The reason I put so much pepper is because Papa loves pepper. Yeah.
He does.
But he'll probably put more pepper on his plate.
All right, we've got lettuce, ham, salami, pepperoni, tomatoes, salt, pepper. Next comes purple onions and then pepperoncinis.
That exploded right there.
Purple onions, pepperoncinis.
I'm not thinking about the pepper.
I think I gotta get
I know you said that was spicy. They wasn't spicy.
No,
Those.
no.
But I don't think well because I don't like.
I don't think they are.
Why did he put them to the side?
You're not gonna put many. That's trash. Slice. Can you put them on? I'll do 1 or 2 more, I think. Just do the whole length if you can.
Yeah. Tomato. It just says I want to stay home.
Trash. All right, there's the pepperoncinis. What was next?
Cheese.
Did you do the purple onions?
No.
All right, do the purple onions.
But I still need to try this cheese stuff. But can we move
Then
this?
we're going to do Italian seasoning, mayo, red wine vinegar.
Can we move this? Yeah. Can we move?
Yeah, spread them out. Spread them out. I don't think you want a bunch of them in there.
Am I doing good?
Just spread them out. Tell me when you got them on.
That looks good.
All right, we're going to put some Italian seasoning.
Am I doing good?
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Italian
lot.
seasoning.
Is it spicy?
No. And then, what did I say
I
next?
can smell it. It smells like pepper. How do you?
All right, mayo, red wine vinegar. Mayo.
How do you open these cheese sticks?
One end should open. Oh, there's Jose. This is red wine vinegar. Is it red wine? Yeah.
Are we about done doing this? But we haven't put the cheese sticks in yet.
Red wine vinegar.
Can you open this?
Yes. Italian dressing. I'm using Olive Garden. All right, lay the ones you've got cut. See if you can get them up there. Who don't like mozzarella?
Yeah. Oh, somebody in the world don't.
All right, then get you a little handful of this, just in your fingertips, like that, where you can just lightly sprinkle on top. Okay. A little more. All right, let's stop there for the moment. So is that everything? All right, I'm gonna call it out. Shredded lettuce, ham, salami, pepperoni, tomatoes, salt and pepper, purple onion, pepperoncinis, Italian seasoning, mayo, red wine vinegar, Italian seasoning, I got it right again, Italian dressing, I'm sorry, and cheese. That's it? All right, the next
But let
thing.
me put these on first.
The next thing I got to do is I'm gonna turn this.
You don't have to cut all this cheese with a sharp knife, because I cut it with a butter knife. Right, then.
Right.
I'm gonna cut these a little, so I can lay them out.
We got lots of chopping to do.
This is probably going to take a while.
Chopping and mixing, chopping and mixing.
I don't want to waste these. Cut out.
These are trash. I need to get them off the board.
They're not just yours.
I don't want to get them a sandwich.
It's not a sandwich. It's Monica burrito.
This looks like a sub sandwich to me.
We have some money left in our house. Because we were going to have a cold pantry when we did this. But we did it because I guess we just didn't have time.
I want to taste that. See what it needs.
This thickens it is like a banana. Some people might think they are little bananas, but they're not. They're cheese sticks. This is what they look like whole. This is what they look like.
Tell me what you think. Did you get a piece of meat? You like it because
I think it could use a little bit more mixing.
you think so?
There's a girl difference a lot. This is a whole one, hasn't even been touched, and this is one.
Okay, we both tasted and both loved it. Char's only thought is that it needed more
Really
mixing.
small.
I put mine in some sourdough bread, and the combination of flavors was great, but it fell out of the bread or fell apart a lot. I eventually ate it with a fork, but the Italian dressing and vinegar that had soaked in the bread was awesome.
I'm going to try this. We cut it in half, but this is probably going to be too big for my mouth.
I put Charlotte's in a flour tortilla, and she loved it. She even made her mama one who was out cutting grass at the time. Okay, we both approve, and we'll definitely make it again. Now,
I think it
off
could
to
be
the
better,
pool.
but
Talk to y'all
it's
later.
good.
You like it? Give it a thumbs up if you do. Hello, and welcome to my kitchen. Today I am grabbing a box of brownies and taking them up a level. Now, I am usually very happy with just a box mix of fudge brownies, but every now and then you need to amp them up a little, so I'm going to take this box brownie mix and make it better. You're going to need 1 stick of salted butter, melted, 1 box of fudge brownie mix, 1/2 cup semi-sweet chocolate chips, 1/4 cup dark chocolate chips, a sprinkling of chocolate chunks, 3 tablespoons of strong brewed coffee, 2, or in my case, 3 eggs, 1 Snicker bar chopped, and 1 cup of chopped pecans. Go ahead and preheat your oven to 350 and let's get these mixed up. To a batter bowl, add a stick of butter and melt it in the microwave. Then add your brownie mix and your nuts. Now I like to coat my pecans in the brownie mix. Just get the powder all over the nuts. That way they don't all sink to the bottom. Then add the rest of your ingredients and fold it all together. Now keep in mind here that where I added dark chocolate and Snickers, you can add whatever goodies you prefer. I then grabbed my 9x12 baking pan and lined it with parchment paper, mostly for ease of cleanup and for removal. Spread your batter to all 4 corners and pop in a preheated 350-degree oven for 25 minutes or until they are at the level of doneness that you prefer. I like mine on the chewy side, so 25 minutes in my oven was perfect. Now, here's where you must be patient. Let them completely cool before cutting them. I even chilled mine down in the freezer so that I could get a cleaner cut. Then you're ready to package them up and you're set to present them at any gathering. Now, aren't they pretty? Just look at that melted bit of Snicker bar that rose up to the top. Adding a few extra ingredients to a plain old box brownie mix really does bring it up to the next level. For these, in my opinion, the strong brewed coffee and the dark chocolate chips really deepened the chocolate flavor without over sweetening them. And they were just delicious. So I hope you will give them a try and leave me a comment. Let me know what you like to do to your box brownie mix to bring it up a level. And I will talk to y'all later. Okay, let's get these biscuits started today. I'm going to start out with some all-purpose flour. I generally use 2 cups. I've got a 1/2 cup measuring cup here, so we're going to go, there's a 1/2. 1 1 1/2, 2. Alright, so there's 2 cups of all-purpose flour. To that, I'm going to add some Crisco shortening, just plain shortening. This I have not measured. Let's see. That looks pretty good. I'm going to say that's maybe a 1/4 cup. And then from there, we're going to work this into the flour. This takes just a minute. This blending fork makes quick work of cutting, shortening, and flour together, especially with a rounded bowl like I'm using here. Chicken and dumplings. Now, is that a southern dish or what? I fully anticipate Charlotte to come running in any moment. They had been on vacation this past weekend, and she was so tired when she stopped by last night. So I told her mama to let her sleep in. But when she wakes up, to give me a call and she can come over. I told her we'd try and get some Christmas cards made this week. Christmas in July. Be nice to go ahead and get our cards made so that all we got to do is mail them when it gets time. Let's see, how are we looking here? It's worked in pretty good. It's kind of mealy. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit of milk and I'm just going to drizzle a little bit at a time in here. I'll have to put y'all a recipe in the description. But all I want it to do is come together. I want it to be a pretty stiff dough. You know, I don't remember my mama making chicken and dumplings. Now, both of my grandmothers did. They were delicious. Nothing fancy, but they were the thin dumpling, not the puffy pastry type kind. And I loved them. They were so savory, and they went with anything. They were on just about every Sunday meal when we had gatherings on both sides of the family. But I don't remember Mama making them a whole lot, you know. She cooked a lot for the field hands when Daddy was growing tobacco, but I don't remember her making chicken and dumplings much, if any. Lots of fried chicken, and vegetables from the garden. But you can't get any better than that either. Just keep drizzling this milk in till you get all your dough to come together. But not be too wet, too moist. You know, I've heard some people, I've never done it, but they will take their dough when it gets to this stage, or when they're doing this part, they will get some fresh herbs and mix in their dough to give them their dumplings more flavor, which that's a good idea. But I am partial to this savory dish. Alright, we're starting to come together. Maybe just a tad more. Get these crumbles on the bottom pulled together. Now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to flour my surface. I'll pour this out on top of that flour and start rolling it out. There we go. I think that's enough in here. let's roll this out. And I'm just going to start bringing it together. Let me get some flour on my hands. Now the difference between, and I'm speaking for myself, but the difference between making biscuits and making dumplings is, number one, I don't use buttermilk, I use regular milk. Some people call it sweet milk. You can also use chicken stock. And I work my dough more so that it's harder, because I want it to hold together. You know, a biscuit is light and fluffy, and I think I'm gonna divide that in half and roll it in batches of 2. Oh, let's get that in there and that in there. See if we can't start rolling it out, because you want it very thin. All right, I think that's getting thin enough. Yeah, that's pretty thin. If you don't roll them out as thin as you can, they will get really puffy. And some may like that, but I like the really thin ones. These edges right here rolled out a little thinner. This really don't take no time at all. I hope everybody's doing good today. We got up, we had a restful weekend, but I was ready to get up. I love Monday mornings. It's a cleaning day, it's a laundry day, it's a make a grocery list day. We got a camping trip coming up this weekend, so I need to get my grocery list made for that. There, that's pretty thin right there. All right. That's about as thin as I can get them. I'm just gonna start cutting out my dumplings. This is just a fast, quick way. I've seen people do it with the edge of a fork. Oh, that one's skinny. Going crooked. I look like I'm drawing mountains or something. All right, let me get this batch up on the plate. And I like to coat them in flour a little bit. It doesn't bother me at all for this excess flour to be on them. Number one, it keeps them from sticking on your plate. Number two, when you start dropping them in your hot broth, this will help make things thicken up. So let's get these on the plate. There we go. All right, let's flour our surface again. And we'll roll out the second half. Let's see. Let it go in here. Flour it a little. All right. Is anybody ready for fall besides me? I tell you what, here in the South, the deep South, we are burning up. Our grass outside is crunchy. At least the last week, 2 weeks we've got some good rain in the form of thunderstorms in the evening. But we have been burning up. The rain came a little too late for the garden. Of course, we made plenty. Had some to put up. Thinking real hard about getting some things started for the fall garden. I need to plant some onions again this year. I really enjoyed that. But anyway, I'll get all my seeds out and seed starting supplies here in a few days and see what I've got and what I want to plant. I told somebody the other day, I think my most favorite part of gardening is starting the seed and growing them out. I mean, I would be perfectly happy to grow off the seeds, get them into vigorous young plants, and then just give them away. I would be totally happy doing that. Now that's in the late winter, early spring, when it's actually comfortable in the little greenhouse. I'll have to decide how I'm gonna do it this year. I may just do it under my little garden shed. It is so hot in that greenhouse. All right, let's cut these. See if I can do a little better job this time. Not that you would ever know. Like I mentioned earlier, we do have just a weekend camping trip coming up. Kind of excited about that. It's not that we're going to do anything special, but you just change your scenery. You know, you do certain things every day, every week, and the camping trips just change it up a little bit. We're not going far, just a couple hours from the house, but I'm kind of excited about it. We just bought a camper. We've never done the like travel trailer type camping before. We've done a lot of primitive camping when we were younger. But oh, I can't stand the thoughts of sleeping on a sleeping bag or being in a tent as hot as it is here. I will gladly take the AC in the travel trailer. Okay, there's our dumplings. We'll get our broth ready and then we'll drop them in.
With the flowers bloom, the horses gallop. Ah. Where's the go?
I'm wearing it.
Hello.
I'll turn around and get you in just a second. Let me get this in.
What are you doing?
I'm putting some cream of chicken soup in here. I'm going to let that melt down. Then we're going to put our dumplings in. Okay, our broth has come up to boil and somebody came to visit me. Who might that be?
Me.
What does your shirt say? Stay salty. Panama City Beach.
Because we just went to the beach.
You did? Did you have a good time? Let me see your hat. Tip your hat down, head down. Oh, I like it. Pretty. All right, let's get these dumplings in. We're just going to do them real slow. Like, I don't want that to...
Can I kind of push them down?
Yeah, let me get a few more in first. See how they're coming back up to the top? And I've got plenty of flour on them to where maybe they don't stick together too bad. Watch me pop this hot broth on me. Just gently push them down under the broth. You don't want to stir them because they're kind of tender and they'll come apart. You'll see me put them in kind of fast so that they all get done about the same time. I bet they will be so good.
Did you give some to Mama?
I did give her a few last night when y'all stopped by. Did she taste them?
I don't know.
How about I send some home with you today?
No.
No, you don't like chicken and dumplings.
I don't have them that much.
We usually have them at the holidays, don't we? You remember at Thanksgiving time, Gwen will make the dressing and your mama will make a big pot of dumplings and that's what we eat on top of our dressing.
Yeah, but remember Papa did all the cooking this.
He did, didn't he? He surprised us. We went on a quick little road trip.
Well, it was
And
actually.
when we come back, Pa had all of our Thanksgiving dinner
Yep.
on the table.
Yep, but you know how long we was gone for? A whole week.
We were gone.
For Denton's birthday.
Was it for my birthday? Oh yes, it was because we ate at the old meal for my birthday, didn't we?
Yeah, but it wasn't just any place. It was the mountains.
It was the mountains.
Can I sit this in here?
Mm-hmm. Gwen likes to go to the mountains, don't she?
Yeah, but I just found. This is how many hours it took.
8 hours? You're correct. You are correct.
Because we live pretty far from the mountains.
We are in the deep south, aren't we?
Yep, and it's hot here.
Oh, it does.
But it kind of chilly at. The only time it kind of gets cool is that windy fall, but in the winter time it kind of gets a little chilly.
It gets a little cold, maybe in January. I have pictures in some old photo albums where I've got on shorts at Christmas, so
Yeah,
we don't get a lot of cold weather.
But this time the wind was so strong it destroyed Denton's pump house over there.
Oh yes, we had a thunderstorm that just picked up my pump house and left with it, didn't I?
And Mama got in the house just in time.
She did? She was outside when it came through?
No, we was all outside.
Uh-huh. Getting ready for y'all's trip, I bet.
No, I think that was a bit before our trip.
You know what we need to do next?
What?
I'm going to let these dumplings cook just a little bit more. I want to make sure they're done. I want that hot broth to get to all of them and make sure they're cooked through.
I'm going to.
Then we'll put our chicken in, okay?
I'll just go check on Puppy. What, Puppy? Puppy, where are you? Puppy, I told you not to run away.
Okay, now that my dumplings are done, we're going to add our chicken.
Can you film
Let all
this
that come
in
up to
a minute?
temperature. Ma'am.
Can you film this in a minute?
Mm-hmm. Let's get this chicken in here. And I don't want them to stick. That's one thing with dumplings. You have to check and make sure they don't stick to the bottom of your pot.
Is that raw?
No, I cooked it last night.
And you picked all of that off the bone by yourself?
It doesn't take but a second.
You don't mind touching the chicken?
It's cooked.
I mean, like, in the pot?
Well, as long as I don't burn my finger.
But you can.
If I stick it in that hot juice, I could, couldn't I? Ooh, those look good, Charlotte. What you think?
Yeah.
Do they smell good? That smells like home. That is a pot of home right there.
Your mom used to cook these all the time?
You know, I don't remember my mama cooking them, but my grandmas did, both of them. And they would be on the Sunday table, and they were so good. Alright, I'm going to let the chicken get hot again, and they will be ready.
She's a puppy and on vacation with Dragon Panama.
She's a cutie.
Yep, her
And
name.
she came from Panama Beach.
Yep, her name is Fluffy
Fluffy.
because she has fluffy
Well,
ears.
welcome to the family, Fluffy.
And her nickname is Sierra because she has a little ear.
What'd you say about her?
The collar's being a pickle sit off.
It's doing what?
It's being a pickle.
Being a pickle.
Okay. Wait, the little girl's room? Why am I so...
May not find no good ones.
Caroline was tearing these up.
Was she?
You might see a few bees because bees pollinate this time of day.
Something's eating.
Worms, probably.
You see any on there? You remember what the tomato worms look like normally?
No.
They look like a big old catawba worm. Boy, if we could find some of them, I bet your fish would go crazy. But something is eating them. Look right here. See it?
Yeah.
Oh, look at those chicken and dumplings. Yummy. You know the only thing I want on mine
What?
is some black pepper.
Some black pepper.
Black pepper.
You don't like my pepper though.
Look at there. Yummy. Okay.
That looks good.
Just a pinch, okay? Perfect. Perfect. It's good, isn't it? Good morning, everybody. It's a busy Monday morning for me, and I've got lots to do. I'm going to run some errands first thing, but before I leave the house, I'm going to take out what I'm going to cook today. One being a pecan turtle cluster pie, only because I had an Oreo pie crust in the pantry. And I told Frankie I'd fry him some flounder. He's been wanting flounder ever since we went camping the other day, so I'm going to take those out, and then I'm going to hit the road. Okay, I'm in town running a few errands this morning, and the first thing I'm going to do is run in Trade Mart and get me a few bales of straw so I can keep working on my flower beds. After I got my straw, I stopped by Tractor Supply just to see if any of their fall items were in yet. As you can see, they had just a few of their summer items marked on clearance, and then they just had Halloween items, which I don't buy a lot of Halloween. I wait till full-fledged fall comes out. I'll check back in a week or so. By then, it was time to swing by and get my Walmart order. Thank you very much, Mr. Walmart helper. And then I stopped by the Dollar Tree to see what their fall situation was, and it was pretty much the same as Tractor Supply. They were trying to get rid of the last of their summer things, had very few fall picks on the shelves. As a matter of fact, most of their shelves were bare. Like I said, we'll give them another week or so. Okay, and last stop was Fraser's Appliance to look for a new dryer. Hey. Back home now, and I'm going to get our meal prepped for the day. Good morning, everybody. I'm in the kitchen. I popped in the kitchen this morning to make some garlic parmesan wings. Now, I'm not a big wing fan in the traditional sense, I don't like buffalo style wings. I don't like hot sauce on my wings. But you can give me a lemon pepper or a garlic parmesan, and I'm in for that. I started out by trimming and washing my chicken really well, and then I laid it all out on a paper towel and I started blotting all the water off of it. I want to dry it really well and then drizzle olive oil all over it so that my spices and my seasonings will stick really well. Now the seasonings I like to use are black pepper, seasoning salt, I use Lowry's, and lots of garlic powder. You just sprinkle that on your chicken and get in there and just mix it really well. You want to get plenty of seasoning on your chicken. Now the next thing I'm going to do is put some all-purpose flour in a pie pan. Now I didn't use all that seasoning I had in that little dish before, so now I'm going to add it to my flour so that my chicken has seasoning on it and my flour has seasoning on it. Just whisk that together really well and you'll be ready to dredge your chicken. Now that you have them breaded, cover them with some aluminum foil or saran wrap. Put them in the refrigerator for about 45 minutes. You want that flour to adhere to the chicken really well. Now let's make our garlic sauce. Start by melting 1 stick of butter. To that, add your garlic and saute it just until it's barely golden and fragrant. Be careful not to burn your garlic. Now that my garlic's ready, I'm going to add more garlic powder. I'm going to add some Parmesan cheese, black pepper, onion powder, some dried parsley, a little bit of sea salt, and I'm going to keep this sauce on low until I get my chicken done. Now that my grease is ready, I'm going to start frying these in batches. I'll start with my flats and then I'll do my little drumettes. But you just want to fry them until they are golden on both sides. It doesn't take that long. Once the wings are done, remove them from the oil and you want to toss them in the garlic parmesan sauce, allowing the sauce to thoroughly coat the wings and soak in a bit. Then just put it on a plate. You'll spoon on more of your garlic parmesan sauce. Now you don't have to use all the butter, but make sure you spread plenty of those flavorful garlic bits all over the wings. Then you can sprinkle generously with grated Parmesan cheese, black pepper, and fresh parsley. Now I will say this, I took a few of mine and really coated them with just plain Parmesan cheese on top. That's the last thing I put on them, and they were salty. So Parmesan cheese is salty, so be careful with how much of that you use. Okay, so these are ready to serve, and we do want to eat them while they're warm. I hope y'all enjoyed watching this recipe, and I hope you give it a try. Let me know what you think about it if you do, and I will talk to y'all later. Hello, hello, hello. Can you look around my house and tell that I am ready for some cooler weather? Oh my gosh, it's so hot and humid outside. I thought, you know what? I'm going to go upstairs and I'm going to get all my fall items and I'm going to start putting them out. And at the very least, I'll think it's cooler. Whether it is or not, it will feel cooler in here. So as I was putting out my fall items, I said, you know what? I'm going to make a fall snack mix to put in my little candy dishes and snack jars that are around the house. So I went to the dollar store of all places. Can you believe Walmart did not have Chex Mix in stock? So anyway, I ran out to the dollar store to see what they had. And they did have Chex Mix. I'm not sure what size bag this is I used. You know, normally dollar stores packaging is a little bit smaller than what you would get out of Walmart. But anyway, I made several different variations of the snack mix, but this one is my favorite, and it's so simple. I mean, it's literally cut the bags of snack mix open, pour them in a bowl, mix together the ingredients you want, put it in your snack jar, put it in a Ziploc bag. Now, one thing that I do is we put this in a Ziploc bag when we are going on long road trips. That way we don't have to stop. We usually have water in a cooler. We've got the snack mix in the car. We're good to go. We can hit the road and we can go. But anyway, here's what I used. And this was my favorite out of the variations I made. This was my favorite, and it's so simple. Rise and shine, everybody. It's time to get this day started. The chickens are out. I've watered the plants at the garden shed, and I've got several things I need to do. I need to go inside, do some paperwork, run payroll. Then I need to run some errands in town. But most of all today, I want to make a simple Southern chicken salad. I don't think I've made chicken salad all summer, and summer is the perfect time for chicken salad. Let's get this day going. Okay, I finally made it back from town, and I'm gonna put these few groceries away and then get this meal started. You know, as I mentioned in the title, this is a simple Southern chicken salad. You can do all kind of things to dress up chicken salad, and I like it that way when I'm in the mood for it. But today I want a plain chicken salad, and a simple chicken salad has very few ingredients in it. Today I'm using chicken tenderloins, and all I'm gonna put on them is seasoned salt, onion powder, and black pepper. And then I'm gonna pop them in the oven for 25 to 30 minutes, just long enough to get them good and tender. While my chicken's cooking, I'm gonna get the rest of my ingredients ready, which is I'm gonna boil a few eggs and chop them. I'm gonna chop up a white onion, and I want sweet pickle relish in mine. I made some sweet pickles this summer that are delicious, so I'm gonna put some of those in there. And some mayonnaise. Now here's something I've never done before. Tell me in the comments if you know what I'm cooking here.
That is good.
Okay, so now it's to decide how I want it. Do I want a sandwich or do I want a salad plate? Okay, sandwich it is. And wait, look, there's that mystery item. Have you guessed what it is yet? Leave me a comment. Want a taste of fall before it actually arrives? Well, here it is. Fried apple pies, and this is the shortcut method. Do you remember as a child going to fall festivals and annual fairs? Well, I do. The air would be brisk, there's laughter all around, and the smells that are in the air is just heavenly. Let's whip them up real quick. First, grab a bought pie crust from the fridge and lay it out on the bar to let it come to room temperature. As I'm waiting, I open up a can of store-bought apple pie filling. Now I like to put this in a pot over warm heat. I sprinkle just a tad of cinnamon and sugar in it, and then I start chopping my apples into smaller bits. Once you've done that, give it a quick taste and see if it's to your liking. Then you can set it to the side. Now, gently unroll your pie crust, being careful not to tear it if possible. Now, I just found me a saucer that I like the size of, and I cut out some round disc out of my dough. Once I had my dough cut into shape, I put 2 tablespoons of my apple pie mixture in, folded them over, crimped and sealed the edges, and got them ready for the fryer. Now just keep repeating the process until you've used up all of your dough. I fried them for just a few minutes in some hot oil. About 375 degrees, I think is what mine was. It doesn't take them long. Just get them golden brown. Now, while I'm waiting, I take a bowl and some powdered sugar, heavy cream, and a little bit of vanilla, and I make me up a sweet glaze to go over them. Now you know I had to take a taste of this. That filling was perfectly soft, just the right amount of sweetness. The crust, you know how a pie crust is. It is so flaky. It just melted in your mouth. And then I put a scoop of ice cream beside it, drizzled some caramel sauce, and it put it over the top. You gotta try it. It's instant fall. I'll talk to y'all later. Today, I am pulling out Mama's fresh apple cake recipe. Why, you ask? Because I'm trying to coax the fall season to come on in. It is mid-September and I am still burning up. Come on! I made a video of this cake in a bundt pan a couple years ago. I'll put the recipe in the description below. But today, I want to make some small loaves, and maybe if I have enough batter, I'll make some muffins because they're portable, they're easy to grab and go, and I also want to use a couple of different ingredients just because I have them in the pantry. Let's go to the kitchen and make it. Start out by preheating your oven to 325 degrees. Grab a bowl and add 3 cups of all-purpose flour. Whisk in 1 teaspoon of baking soda. Now for your wet ingredients. Grab your mixing bowl and start out with 1 1/4 cups of vegetable oil. Now her original recipe calls for 1 teaspoon of vanilla, but I had cream bouquet in the pantry and it makes the house smell wonderful. I substituted cream bouquet in place of the vanilla. Then in goes 2 cups of sugar and you are ready for the mixer. While it's mixing, drop in 3 eggs. Now that I've got my dry ingredients in one bowl and my wet ingredients in another bowl, I'm gonna go ahead and peel and chop 3 cups worth of fresh apples. Here's a quick little tip. As soon as I would get each of my cups of apples chopped up, I would go ahead and pour them in my wet ingredients to keep them from turning brown. A mixer on low, I'm going to incorporate my dry ingredients into the wet. Now as you can see right here, I tend to just pulse my mixer so that I don't get flour all over the kitchen. Now while I'm getting my flour mixed in, I'm going to drizzle in just a little bit of this roasted pecan oil just to give this cake a little something different. Now I'm going in with 2 cups of Priester's chopped pecans, and we'll be ready to roll. Let me put a little baker's joy in these pans for easier cleanup. Okay, lastly, you're going to pour your batter into your loaf pans. Just look at all the apples and the pecans in there. It's got to be good. Now, I did top one of them with a cinnamon sugar mixture, just because we have a cinnamon lover in the house. And into the oven they go, 325 degrees for about an hour. As you can see, I did have a little bit of batter left, so I just plopped it in some muffin liners, and they went in the oven as well. I think they were in about 25 to 30 minutes. It varies. It's dependent on your oven. Okay, they're out of the oven, and I've let them cool a little bit. I took the cinnamon sugar loaf and I drizzled a little bit of a powdered sugar glaze on it, not much because it's got the cinnamon sugar. And then I said, hey, I've got this caramel sauce. I'm going to drizzle a little caramel, apple. That'll take it over the top. I think I'm going to try one, but let me show it to you first. Okay, it definitely looks like fall. And as I break it open, you see all the apple and the nuts inside. It's going to taste like fall. Okay, I'm going in. That's a mouthful of fall right there. Now, one thing I will say, if you noticed in this recipe, it does not call for any salt. Mama's recipe did not call for salt. And sometimes I think I miss it, and then sometimes I don't. I just really enjoy all that apple flavor. But by drizzling the caramel sauce on top of this muffin, it replaced that salt taste. That's the first thing that hit my tongue, is I did get the salt. So that's a good addition, and it tastes wonderful. So, if you are as ready for fall as I am, give this recipe a try. I think you'll love it. And I'll talk to y'all later. Good morning, friends. Sitting in the living room last night, catching up on the Murdaugh saga on Netflix. I don't know why I keep watching that. My mind drifted off to thinking of cooler weather, imagine that, and all things associated. I remembered that I had made egg rolls a week or so ago and that I still had wrappers in the refrigerator. And I started wondering, I wonder how the warm Thanksgiving meal flavors would be in an egg roll wrapper. So I'm in the kitchen this morning to test just that. Let's get started. As you can see, I've gathered all my Thanksgiving meal ingredients around me. I grabbed an egg roll wrapper and started layering in my ingredients. Now bear in mind, this is deli turkey meat, which is not what I would have if it was Thanksgiving. And it's stovetop stuffing in that bowl that you see, which is not what I would have at Thanksgiving. I like to make my own homemade dressing, cornbread dressing at that. But I just started layering little bits of these ingredients in my egg roll wrapper. I've got a slice of turkey rolled up. I've got some stuffing. I put a few green beans, and I even put some of the little crispy fried onions because of having crispy fried onions in a green bean casserole a lot at Thanksgiving. And then I topped it off with a little bit of, cranberry sauce, which I'm not a big fan of, but it was good in this. Then you just wrap up your egg roll. I wet the corners a little bit so it would stick better. And just keep going till you wrap them all up. Now just start dropping them in your oil, 3 and 4 at the time, till they get golden brown. I believe I had my grease somewhere between 350 and 375. 350 seemed to work best for me. Now as you can see, I was playing around while I was waiting on these to fry. I mixed up some pumpkin pie filling and put that in my egg roll wrappers. Now that was delicious. Now do you see what I have in those dipping bowls right there on the plate? One is cranberry sauce, the other is turkey gravy. Now you talk about good. Dip that roll in that turkey gravy and you may as well be sitting at your Thanksgiving table. This really is a simple recipe and I would encourage you to give it a try. And I don't see why you can't use pretty much any meal, any leftovers from a meal in this fashion. The only thing you'll want to be wary of is anything that's hard or prickly that will tear that little tender egg roll wrapper. But anyway, y'all give this recipe a try. Let me know how you like it. Let me know what you do with egg roll wrappers. And I will talk to y'all later. Welcome, and come on into the kitchen here at the Old Tobacco Patch. I'm glad you've decided to join me this morning. Now, I have been outside working in the yards because it has been so nice. The mornings are cooler, the evenings are cooler, and I try to take full advantage of that because we get like 3 days a year of fall. Now, I wanted to cook a one-dish meal today, so I decided on hillbilly spaghetti. Some people call it hillbilly spaghetti pie. I originally found this recipe on Sugar Pie Farmhouse website. I think her name is Ruth Ann Winans. You need to go check her out. She seems like a really sweet lady, and she's a hoot to boot. So come on into the kitchen with me, and let's make this dish real quick because I got to get back outside and finish my chores. Okay, so as you can see, I pull all of my ingredients together and I place them around my workstation. This just speeds up the process for me. Later, I'll list all of my ingredients and the amounts either in the description of this video or I'll go ahead and post the recipe on my website, which is www.theoldtobaccopatch.com. And when I say old, it's O-L-E, theoldtobaccopatch.com. You can find a lot of my recipes there if you're interested in making any of them. So it'll either be on the website or in the description or both. Now I'm going to start out by browning some Italian sausage and some ground beef. And while I'm waiting on that to brown, I ran out to the garden shed, snipped me some parsley and some basil, come in, cleaned it, and then by that time my ground beef was ready. So I scooted it to the side of my cast iron skillet. Now I love making this dish in a cast iron skillet. You'll see why at the end when you pop it in the broiler. I scooted my meat to the side, and then I put some green onions in there to cook. Now I only cooked my onion for just a few minutes, not long at all. Once they were ready, I scooted them to the side and I added my garlic. Now you know as well as I do, you have to watch garlic. It will burn quickly, so I just let it heat up long enough to get good and fragrant. Once that had happened, I just mixed everything together in the pan. Now, in goes my black pepper, my salt, some red pepper flakes, and chopped parsley, and I mean fresh parsley. Now, you can bet this meat mixture right now is super flavorful. Next, I put in my tomatoes. Now, I had canned some tomatoes over the summer. What variety did I grow? I think it was called Hossinator, Hossinator, from Hoss Tools in Norman Park. They sell garden seed and garden implements. You should check them out. I'll try to leave a link in the description to their website and their YouTube channel. They do a wonderful garden show every Thursday night. Now the next thing I'm going to add is 2 cups of water. Now the purpose of this water is so that I can take my broken spaghetti noodles, push them down or submerge them into this liquid so that they can cook. Remember, this is a one dish, so the spaghetti is going to cook in the skillet with the meat and the tomato sauce. Now, take just a few seconds and work these noodles down into the liquid and try to get them separated so that they're not clumped together. It takes a minute and a little bit of attention, but you can do it. Just keep messing with them till you get them as submerged as you can get them and as separated as you can get them. Once you've done that, put the lid back on it and bring your temperature back up to where it's simmering or bubbling. And you'll want to cook it about 9 minutes till you get your noodles tender. Now you'll want to give it a good sprinkle of Parmesan cheese all over the top. Then mix that in good. Then, oh my goodness, here comes the deliciousness. Grab you some heavy cream and drizzle it all through the spaghetti. Oh, it makes it wonderful. Then you'll want to put on some fresh basil, and I'm going to stir it all together. Now, lastly, cover the top. I mean, cover the top with mozzarella cheese. Okay, so now you're ready to pop it in the broiler of your oven. Now don't leave it. Once you put it in there, you stand there and you watch it because it'll only take a minute. And the top of that dish, the skillet, it will get bubbly. Number one, the cheese will melt. It'll get bubbly and little brown bits all over it. And oh my goodness. Just look at it when it comes out. Now that is a hearty pan of comfort food right there. Now you're probably going to need to let it set on the counter and firm up a little bit. If you will let it sit there and firm up, you can actually cut this in pie-shaped wedges and serve it. I guess that's why it's called spaghetti pie. No, we did not do that. We were in a hurry to get back to work, so I went ahead and dipped us some out on a little plate where we could eat our lunch. All you need to go with it is something green, like a veggie. I've got some cucumbers here with mine. A good side salad would be good, and some good crusty bread, maybe even garlic bread. But I tell you, it was delicious. We ate our lunch out of it. By then it was cool enough I could cut it up in pie-shaped wedges. I sent my daughter and her family across the farm over there. I sent them plates. Now, to be honest, this looks like it's a lot of steps, but it's not. If you will just set everything around you, this dish comes together really quickly. I've made this dish several times now, and it is a delicious treat, especially when this weather starts cooling off like it is now. So if you want a one-dish meal, give this recipe a try. Let me know what you think about it. Thank you for spending your time with me today, and I will talk to y'all later. Today, I am making a classic vegetable soup that comes together quickly and more than likely uses what you already have on hand in your kitchen or pantry. So go take a quick assessment of your trove of veggies and let's make lunch on this beautiful fall day. I started out by peeling a few carrots. Note the birds singing outside the kitchen window. That just makes my heart happy. From there I minced garlic and I chopped celery and onion and gathered all my other ingredients together. I grabbed one of my larger stock pots, some people call this a boiler, and started adding ingredients. A little vegetable oil to get the party started. Put your fragrant items in the hot oil first, like onions, celery, carrots, and let them release all their magic, which is making your house smell just like Grandma's. Once the sizzle has calmed down, add the remainder of your ingredients. This recipe has mushrooms, fresh pork, garlic, potatoes, and wait, let me note two things here. Number one, I enjoy some type of meat in my vegetable soup, like ground beef or sausage. I have used cubes of beef roast or pork. It's a good time to use leftover meat if you have it, but remember, this is a vegetable soup and it doesn't need any meat to be delicious. Number two, I tend to add my ingredients in order of length of cook time. That way I haven't cooked some things to pieces just to get other items done. Then it's on to the tomatoes, green beans, and some, I used chicken stock today. You can use any kind you have, vegetable, beef. I added 3 bay leaves to mine, but remember how many you put in because you'll need to take them back out later. Then in jump the speckled butter beans, parsley, oregano, onion powder, and lastly, salt and pepper to taste. I let that simmer for about 20 minutes, and then I came in with corn and peas. That simmered for an hour or so. Then I checked it for doneness and flavorfulness. You really do have to check at this point to see if it has enough salt. If it has a bland flavor, add a bit more salt and it will liven it right up. Now stick around to the end of the video and I'll share my secret ingredient that puts this homemade soup over the top. Now I quickly toasted me a grilled cheese, on whatever bread I had at the time, mind you, and sat down to a hearty bowl of soup. It was so satisfying. This is a great dish to make if you need to use up any leftovers in your fridge or freezer. And let's face it, whether you buy it from the grocery store or grow it yourself, food is not cheap. So we don't want to waste anything, and this recipe lets us repurpose those leftovers and enjoy a pleasing meal in the process. Now, I mentioned earlier in the video that I would share a tip that puts this dish over the top. That ingredient is just a touch of sugar. The sweetener will offset some of the tartness of the tomatoes. This is purely preference. It is not required in this dish unless you're like me and don't want the tomatoes to overpower the other veggies. Completely your choice. Now, I enjoyed a grilled cheese with my meal today, but I think some hot water cornbread would be great too. Some fresh corn spoon bread. That might be good. I'll be making that video shortly, and I'll add the links to each of these videos in the description box below. If you enjoyed or found inspiration in this video, please give it a like and consider subscribing, and I'll talk to y'all later. Welcome back to the channel, where I bring you simple, seasonal, southern recipes and tips. Today I have a delightful treat for you. Peanut brittle, made right in an iron skillet. Trust me, this recipe will make your taste buds dance with joy. First, gather all your ingredients. You'll need 1 cup of sugar, 1 cup of roasted peanuts, half a cup of light corn syrup, 1 stick of butter, 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract, half a teaspoon of baking soda, and a pinch of salt if you need it. I used salted peanuts, so I didn't need it. Now, let's get cooking. Start by heating your iron skillet over medium heat. Add the stick of butter and let it melt. Once it has melted, then add your sugar and your corn syrup. Stir the mixture until it's well combined and the sugar is completely dissolved. Once it starts boiling, let it cook for about 4 or 5 minutes until it starts to turn a beautiful golden color. Now it's time to add the peanuts. Pour them in the skillet, stirring constantly. Keep stirring 3 to 4 minutes until the peanuts are evenly coated and the mixture becomes fragrant. Now don't leave the stove, you got to keep this stirring. Next, remove the skillet from the heat and quickly add in the vanilla extract, baking soda, and a pinch of salt if you're using it. Stir vigorously, as this mixture will bubble up. Now, working quickly, pour the hot peanut brittle into a greased baking sheet or parchment paper. Using a spatula, spread it out into a thin, even layer. Now here's the hard part. Let it cool completely for about 30 minutes before breaking it into delicious, bite-sized chunks. And just like that, your masterpiece is ready to be devoured. Whether you enjoy it yourself or share it as a thoughtful gift, this perfectly crunchy peanut brittle will leave you wanting more. Thanks for watching this video today, and I hope you enjoy this recipe. Don't forget to hit the subscribe and like buttons, and stay tuned for more delicious treats. I look forward to y'all joining me in the kitchen next time, and I'll talk to you later. Experience the rich and hearty flavors of Grandma's chili, or gin-gins, a beloved recipe that I've been making for years. This simple and flavorful dish is not too hot, making it perfect for even the pickiest of eaters. Customize it to your liking by adding your favorite toppings, such as shredded cheddar, crackers, or a dollop of sour cream. Or you could serve it alongside cornbread for a soul-fulfilling meal that will warm your heart and satisfy your taste buds. Meet me in the kitchen and let's get started. I gathered all my ingredients from the pantry and set them by the stove. In a large pot, I placed my ground beef, and as it was simmering, I chopped it really well with the meat separator. I added a pinch of salt and a dash of black pepper to the ground beef as it cooked to enhance the flavor. Once the ground beef is fully cooked, carefully remove the excess fat from the pot, leaving only a small amount to saute the additional ingredients. Alternatively, you can use a colander to drain the excess fat from the cooked beef. This will help make the dish healthier and reduce the calorie content. Now, after draining the excess fat from the pot, add in the chopped onions, bell peppers, and I like to use 3 colors, green, red, and yellow, sliced mushrooms, then your chili seasoning, a little bit of water, and some beef bouillon. Stir the ingredients together until they are well combined and the bouillon has dissolved. Now in just a little bit I'm going to share a hotly debated topic in regards to chili, and then I'll also share some common mistakes people make when making chili. Continue to cook the mixture over medium heat until the vegetables are tender and the liquid has reduced. Stir in occasionally to prevent sticking. This will infuse the dish with a deep, rich flavor and aroma that will make your taste buds sing. Once the vegetables are tender and the liquid has reduced, add in the chili beans, crushed tomatoes, and frozen corn. Stir the ingredients together until they are well combined and the chili is heated through. This will give the dish a hearty texture and a burst of sweetness from the corn that pairs perfectly with the savory flavors of the beef and the vegetables. Now, just a side note, if you're lucky enough to have tomatoes that were grown in your grandma's garden, they can make a wonderful addition to your chili. The flavor of homegrown tomatoes is often sweeter and more complex than store-bought ones, and they can add a delightful freshness and acidity to the dish. Using fresh from the garden canned tomatoes in your chili is a great way to honor your family's culinary traditions and add a personal touch to the dish. So go ahead, give it a try. You won't be disappointed. Now before serving, taste your chili and adjust the seasonings as needed. You may want to add a bit more salt, pepper, chili powder, or other spices to enhance the flavor to your liking. Remember to start with a small amount of seasoning and gradually add more until the desired taste is achieved. This will help you avoid over-seasoning the dish and ensure that it is perfectly balanced. Once the chili has simmered for about an hour and the taste is to your liking, turn off the heat and let it set for a few more minutes to allow the flavors to meld together. Then ladle it into bowls and garnish it with your favorite toppings, such as shredded cheese, sliced jalapenos, or chopped cilantro. These toppings will add color, texture, and flavor to the dish, making it even more delicious and satisfying. Serve the chili hot and enjoy. Now, I mentioned that there was a debate about chili. Now, you can be in either one of two camps, beans or no beans. The debate over whether to include beans in chili is a hotly contested issue among chili enthusiasts. Some believe that beans are an integral part of the dish, adding texture, flavor, and nutritional value, while others argue that true chili should be made with meat and spices alone. Ultimately, the decision of whether to include beans in your chili is a matter of personal preference. And oh my mercy, don't tell them I added corn to mine. The second topic is the consistency of chili. Now there's two main camps here, those who prefer chunky, hearty chili, and those who prefer brothy, soup-like chili. The chunky version typically contains larger pieces of meat, vegetables, and beans, while the brothy version has a thinner consistency and may contain a higher ratio of liquid to solid ingredients. Both versions of chili can be delicious, and the choice really depends on personal preference. If you like a heartier, more substantial dish, go for the chunky chili. Chunky chili. If you prefer something lighter and easier to eat, a brothy chili may be more your style. Now, while making chili is relatively a simple process, there are a few common mistakes that can detract from the dish. Here are a few things to watch out for. 1. Overcooking the meat. Overcooking the meat can cause it to become tough and dry. To avoid this, be sure to cook the meat only until it's browned and then remove it from the heat. Second problem, not draining the excess fat. Failing to do this can cause the chili to become greasy and heavy. Be sure to drain the fat before adding your other ingredients. Number 3, using too much liquid. Adding too much liquid can make the chili too soupy and dilute the flavor. Start with a small amount of liquid and adjust as needed. 4. Under-seasoning. Failing to season the chili adequately can result in a bland and uninteresting dish. Be sure to taste and adjust the seasoning as needed. And lastly, ignoring the heat level. Depending on the type of chili powder and other seasonings you use, the dish can end up being too spicy or not spicy enough. Be sure to taste the chili and adjust the heat level to your liking. By avoiding these common mistakes, you can ensure that your chili turns out delicious and satisfying every time. So thank you so much for being in the kitchen with me today and allowing me to bring Grandma's Kitchen to your table one delicious meal at a time. And I'll talk to y'all later. Cornbread dressing, chicken and dressing, turkey and dressing, whichever way you like to make it. Cornbread dressing is the epitome of Southern comfort food. This dish, with its combination of cornbread, light bread, sometimes biscuits, and flavorful seasonings, represents the heart and the soul of Southern cooking. It is a testament to the ingenuity of Southern cooks who found a way to transform simple ingredients into a dish that is both delicious and satisfying. Growing up in a small southern town was pretty amazing. especially since I had both of my grandmothers around. To me, grandmas were the heart and the soul of the family. One of them I called Granny, which was my daddy's mama, and the other was Grandma, which was Mama's mama. And they both had a talent for cooking up the most delicious dishes that brought comfort and joy to everyone who tasted them. One of their most beloved creations was cornbread dressing, which was a special dish that we all looked forward to during the holiday season. Now, making cornbread dressing is definitely a labor of love, and it involves several steps. Every cook adds their own special touch to make it unique and truly their own. This dish has a special way of bringing people together, creating a sense of warmth and belonging that is hard to find anywhere else. As a young girl, I used to watch my granny in the kitchen as she lovingly labored away at making the holiday meal. It was a heavenly experience to come running in the door and be immediately greeted by the warm and inviting sense of home. And make no mistake, those memories stick with a child and stay with them throughout their lifetime. In my case, it makes me want to recreate those same memories for my family so they can experience the same warmth and love that I felt growing up. To recreate those memories, I like to start a day ahead of time and bake a pan of cornbread and a pan of biscuits, just following basic recipes. Personally, I prefer using Martha White buttermilk cornmeal mix and following the recipe that's on the bag. I also like to have a few biscuits on hand. I don't use many. Sometimes I don't use them at all. You can find that recipe in the description of this video. By baking my breads ahead of time, I can ensure they are completely cooled and ready to be crumbled into a large bowl when I'm ready to start making the dressing. This also helps to save time and make the process a bit more manageable. Okay, now these are the ingredients that I'm going to be using today for my dressing, and I'm not going to go in order, but we're going to have 2 raw eggs, 2 cups of milk, 2 boiled eggs, a couple tablespoons of butter, poultry seasoning, light bread, cream of chicken soup. Move this. I've got cornbread that I made yesterday, some leftover biscuits that I made yesterday, which I may not use today, chicken to go in the dressing, salt and pepper, celery, onion. What am I missing? My broth. Broth and a chicken bouillon cube. I think that's everything. If I miss anything, I'll add it in as we go. All right, again, I've pulled out Mama's stainless steel dish. This bowl has been around my whole life. It has gathered garden. It has made things like this, dressing for holidays. It has been at hog killings, you know, when large batches of meat get set to the side or to go in to be processed. It has been around. You can see the chips and dings all over it, but I wouldn't trade it for anything. This brings back so many memories. All right, let's get started. Now, once I'm ready to make my dressing, I crumble the cornbread, and if I'm going to use biscuits, I crumble them. Now, I'm going to take out my cornbread here. I got one of my pones a little bit dark yesterday, so I'm not going to use that. But anything that's light, I'm going to crumble up in here because I just don't want any dark bits in my dressing. I bake this cornbread on a cooler temperature than you normally would, just so that it would not get dark. I'll lay that to the side. You know, a bit here and there is not going to hurt, but I don't want to use a lot of dark. And like I've mentioned before, this is just a basic recipe. And this is going to provide the perfect base for this dressing and ensure that each bite is a delicious combination of flavors and textures. Take that out. Is that all bottom? And this one. Now I know what size pan that I'm going to be baking this in, and that's going to determine how much cornbread I use. I usually use more than one batch, one baking, one pone. What do you call it? You get a little more? All right, let me get a little bit of this one. Again, I don't want the bottom. Just want the white middle. It's probably going to be about enough. Let me clean this up, and I'll be right back. Okay, now that we got our cornbread in here, I like to break it up. It's going to break up anyway when I put the liquid in. Now, white bread. Believe it or not, using light bread in here will actually make this dressing fluffier. I'm going to start out with 3. Since these are thick, I'm going to start out with 3. I'm just going to kind of cut it into cubes. And sometimes I cut the crust off and sometimes I leave it. Now this isn't super dark, or I may leave it today. I'm going through all the trouble to take the crust off the cornbread. I'm going to leave the crust on the bread, white bread. It's fresh bread. Feels like a sponge cake. All right. Now we got bread mixed in. This mixture provides the perfect base for the dressing and ensures that each bite is a delicious combination of flavors, textures, the cornbread, and sometimes the biscuits. Biscuits can be a little more packy, so I'm not putting them in today. They provide a rich, savory flavor, and the light bread helps balance out and add a touch of sweetness, believe it or not. Now, after my bread mixture's in the bowl, I'm going to add plenty of onions and celery. I've probably got 1.5 cups of each here. Go ahead and stick that in the bowl. Oh yeah, that smells wonderful. Don't you love this time of year? It is cool this morning. I'm going to say high 30s here in the South, which that's cool for us. But oh my goodness, it makes me think of the holidays. And I am so ready. And you can bet this will be on my Thanksgiving table. All right, next I'm going to add 3/4 teaspoons of poultry seasoning. Get this lid off. All right, there's a half, and I'm going to do about half of that again. All right, there's my poultry seasoning. Okay. Half teaspoon of salt, half pepper, and I'll taste this later. Now, as I mix all this together, the aroma of the onions and the seasoning mingled together is just intoxicating. It fills the whole kitchen with a scent that's comforting and inviting. This is one of my favorite parts of making dressing, as it reminds me of the holiday season and all of its wonderful memories that come with it. Next, I'm going to pour in 2 cups of milk. Two cups. And I'm going to pour in some chicken broth. And I've got 4 cups right here from when I made chicken broth yesterday. But I'm going to heat it up. Hang on just a second. I'm going to heat up that chicken broth, and then I'm going to put me a chicken bouillon cube in there. Let it dissolve. I'm heating it so it'll dissolve it. I love these. While I'm waiting, let me pick up a few things. I'll tell you what I can do while I'm waiting on my broth is go ahead and get my bacon dish prepared. Now, I have a particular dish that I make dressing in every year. It was a gift from my daughter, and I affectionately call it my dressing bacon dish. That's about all I use it for. Not quite warm yet. What I can do while I'm waiting though, is go ahead and put my cream of chicken soup in. I can also add my 2 boiled eggs. I'll show you. I'm going to wait till last to put in my raw eggs, and I'll show you why. All right, just a few more minutes. This will be warm. Warm enough to melt my bouillon cube anyway. It smells heavenly. All right, this was about to boil. I'll pour a little bit out where I can crumble this up. This bouillon cube is just going to add another layer of flavor. Can you get chicken and dressing with too much chicken? I don't think so. Let me grab a see if we can't get this dissolved. Those boiled eggs are going to add another layer of texture. And that this broth is so rich. I mean, how can this not taste good? This is going to look like a lot of liquid, but it's supposed to. I cannot stand, but this is personal preference now, dry cornbread dressing. I want it a bit soupy when it goes in the oven. That smells wonderful. I've got to taste it and see where we are. That's what I was going to tell you. I'll wait and put my raw egg in last. That way I can taste it before I put that raw egg in. Mmm. Perfect. I don't know if you noticed it or not in the video, but when I was doing my poultry season, I said I wanted 3/4 teaspoons of poultry seasoning, and I actually had my half tablespoon out instead of my half teaspoon. So I put more than I intended, but it was sitting on top, and I was able to dip it back off, some of it. But that is perfect right there. I believe it can handle the rest of that broth. Oh, that's instant flavor. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. And you know what? I might grab at least one biscuit and crumble up in here. You know why? Because Granny did. In Granny's kitchen, when I was growing up, which was in the early 70s, there was probably always biscuits. And it just adds another layer of texture. I think I got plenty of moisture in here where I can do it too. Mm-hmm. Maybe two. Maybe two. Let's do two. Homage to Granny. I don't want to get too carried away. I want to stay light and fluffy. All right, let's get that mixed. Like I say, we got plenty of juice to absorb that. This is going to be so good on the holiday table. All right. Let's break our eggs. Am I through tasting? Let me get another spoon. Although it's my kitchen, my family, they're used to me tasting. Perfect. Got a little crunch of the onion just in. Now, a lot of people will saute their onions and celery ahead of time, and that's fine if you're making a thin cake of dressing to where it don't have to cook a long time, but this one's going to be in the oven for a while. It's going to cook these vegetables. All right. You won't see me taste it now. This is going to help bind everything together. Make it a little more fluffy. All right, also, the chicken that I picked off the bone this morning in the wee hours of the morning, I'm going to go ahead and add that one. Because you want plenty, if this is chicken and dressing, you want plenty of chicken in it. And I've also reserved some of the breast meat. I'll show you where I put it in just a second. Oh my goodness, this smells good. Makes the whole house smell good. Now, once everything is mixed together, I'm going to pour this mixture into a lightly greased baking dish. And I want to make sure and spread it out even. That way this chicken that I put in, it may not hold it all. If it don't, I'll just put it in a pie plate. Ooh, turn that around where I can get all this goodness. Granny's mixing bowl has come to the holiday table again. Oh yes, that's going to be a bowl full. Now this will rise a little bit. Hopefully it won't bake over in the oven. But see how soupy that is? That's exactly what I want. I want that soupiness right there. Now I'm going to take my bigger pieces of chicken and just start stuffing them down. This is mostly the breast meat. Try and get it to where everybody that dips will get chicken. I'll push it down in just a second. This was a big fryer. Oh yeah, we got plenty. Look at there. Maybe a little more in this corner. Well, it's really filled my bowl. And that all determines on how much cornbread you use. I used about a macon and a half, however you want to call it, a pone. If you look at the back of the bag, it's got a 2-cup recipe. There we go. Now I'm not going to cook this fast. I don't want it dark brown. Tell you what I might do, and it's a little full. I may wait till later. Maybe about halfway through the cooking process, I'm going to cut up a little bit of butter on top, but I'm afraid it'll just run all in here for now. So I'm going to wait. Let's get this in the oven. I got it set on 350. It's going to be a heavy dish. Oh, it is heavy for one hand. I'm going to open my oven ahead of time. There we go. And she's in. Let me show it to you. Look at that. That's going to smell heavenly in just a bit. Now to do what every cook does, especially when you're cooking a holiday meal, is you want to clean up as you go. I pulled the dish out of the oven about 15 minutes before it was supposed to be done. As you can see, it still jiggles in the middle, which means it's not quite ready yet. I top it off with small pieces of butter, which helps to create a golden brown crust that is both savory and satisfying. As this dressing bakes in the oven, the aroma fills the kitchen with a scent that is both comforting and inviting. I can hardly wait for it to finish baking. As you can see, the dish is nice and light, with a fluffy texture that we all love. No packy or grainy cornbread dressing here. Okay, let's dip some out and give it a taste. See my shadow fanning? It is hot. Wow, that is delicious. Hot, but delicious. That sandwich bread just takes this dish to a whole other level. So fluffy. I'm gonna go in for another. This classic Southern-style cornbread dressing recipe is perfect for your holiday meal. The combination of cornbread, sandwich bread, onion, celery, and poultry seasoning creates a delicious and flavorful side dish that pairs well with turkey, gravy, and other Thanksgiving favorites. Thank you for joining me in the kitchen today, and I hope this recipe allows you to bring a little bit of Granny's kitchen to your table, one delicious meal at a time. Talk to y'all later. Okay, get ready to indulge in a holiday tradition with a twist. This Southern pecan pie is the perfect addition to your holiday feast. With its sweet and nutty flavors and golden crust, gather around the table with your loved ones and savor every delicious bite of this classic dessert. Okay, let me go over our list of ingredients today. I'm going to use a store-bought pie crust. This is a 9-inch deep dish, just for the sake of simplicity. I've got 3 beaten eggs. I'm going to use a little vanilla, melted butter, white Karo syrup, brown sugar, some salt, and some pecans. Oh, and be sure to stick around because I'm going to add an ingredient that takes your pecan pie game to the next level. All right, I've gone ahead and preheated my oven to 350. And I'm going to start out by putting in my 3 beaten eggs here. My cup of Karo syrup. Get all that goodness out of there. This is a quick recipe to whip up. I got 1 cup of brown sugar. One-third cup melted butter. Do a 1/4 teaspoon of salt. I'll do 1 teaspoon of vanilla, but rather than getting another thing out, I'll just do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a little extra. Okay.
I'm going to take my 2 cans. Let me set that to the side for 2 seconds. Go ahead and put my nuts in the bottom of this crust. I like lots and lots and lots of nuts in mine. Set that back to the side and get this mixed up. Now, back when I was growing up, we always had cane syrup on a shelf out under the shelter. So I'm sure that my mom, instead of using white Karo syrup, would have used cane syrup at times, which would have given this a whole different flavor. Now, if she didn't use cane syrup, I'm sure I've seen her use the dark Karo syrup. Let me see if I got some of that. Yes, dark Karo. I'm sure she has used that before. Get this mixed really well. Make sure you don't have any lumps in your sugar. I think we're pretty good. Now, remember that ingredient that I said will take this to the next level? Let me show you what it is. Roasted pecan oil. Just another layer of flavor, more depth. I'm going to do maybe a half teaspoon because it's roasted. There's a quarter and a half. Next level. All right, the next thing I want to do is get this filling poured over my pecans. I better put something under this too. It looks like it's going to get really full. And I'm not going to put any more than that. I'm going to go ahead and put this in a 350-degree oven. And I'm going to let it bake about 30 minutes. I'm going to keep watching it. I do not want to get the edge of this pie crust too brown. So I'll make me some foil covering to go over it. Okay, I pulled this pie out of the oven after 30 minutes of baking. And you can see this is about as dark as I want the crust, but it's nowhere near done. I don't know if you can see it. It's still very jiggly, so it's nowhere near done. But I want these edges covered. I've got a pie crust cover that you just lay on here somewhere. Should have got it out. But this should work. All right, I'm going to give that a try.
Okay, it's out of the oven and it looks golden and delicious. I'm gonna let it sit here on the bar a couple of hours before I slice it. Let's give it a taste. That's really good. So nutty and so flavorful. And believe it or not, it's not overly sweet. Maybe because I use brown sugar instead of white, and also I put twice the amount of nuts as some recipes call for. So, get ready to hear the oohs and the ahs from your guests as they take their first bite of this delectable southern pecan pie. It's the perfect way to end any meal and a holiday tradition that will never go out of style. Thank you so much for joining me in the kitchen today, and I hope you are getting excited about the upcoming holidays. I know I am. Now go and enjoy your delicious southern pecan pie. That is delicious. Wowzers. Welcome to the heart of holiday goodness, right here at the old tobacco patch. Now, when it comes to the holiday table, we all have our traditions, and green beans often make an appearance. But today, we're stepping away from the casserole. Instead, we're going to unlock the pure, unadulterated flavor of simple green beans. So, come on in and let's journey back into Granny's kitchen. Today we're turning a humble vegetable into the star of our holiday feast with just 3 ingredients. And here's the twist, it's completely meat-free. Now, my granny believed in simple, flavorful meals that make the most of your ingredients. And today we're putting the spotlight on green beans in a delightful, meat-free medley. Here's what you'll need. You'll need canned green beans, which I have some from the garden. What's that, 32 ounces? Now, you can use canned from the grocery store green beans. And I'll have to tell you, I love Margaret Holmes' products. She does not disappoint. Her stuff is seasoned well, and most of the time, all you have to do is heat it up, and it's delicious. But you can use any kind of canned green beans. Now, I don't use French style, but French cut. But any brand of green beans will work for this. You're going to need 1/8 cup of oil. Now we're going meat-free today. I think this is vegetable oil. I've used olive oil. I've used bacon grease, but again, we're going meat-free. But bacon grease would be wonderful right here. And you need 1 tablespoon of sugar, and that's it. Okay, so let's get cooking. We're going to start out with my quart of green beans. Now, one thing I didn't mention in the ingredient list is salt and pepper. There they go. Using these green beans, the home canned ones, I will taste them before I'm finished to make sure. I will taste them to see if they need salt and pepper, because there's not, I don't know if I put any in there when I canned them. But if I was using, say for instance, these Margaret Holmes green beans, I would not salt and pepper them because she puts plenty. But I will taste these at the end and see if they need salt and pepper. But I'm going to let this come up to temperature, and then I'll add my other ingredients. Okay, they're coming up to temperature now. So I'm going to add my 1/8 cup oil. And 1 tablespoon of sugar. Give that a stir. So as of right now, you got the liquid out of your green beans, which is water, your oil, and your sugar. Now here's the key to unlocking the flavor of these green beans. Let these beans cook until all the water has evaporated. This step is crucial for achieving a light caramelization that will elevate the taste to a whole new level. I'm going to turn it down just a little. You can see it's getting hot. Okay, they've been going about 10 minutes. You can see that that liquid is reducing. Now when it gets a little closer to being gone, I may turn the heat down just a little. But keep it going. We want to get rid of that juice. While I'm waiting on this to cook down, I'll show you. You know what this is? It stays on my noodle board all the time. But this is bacon drippings. And I keep some of it. Every time I cook bacon, I save the drippings and just put it in a jar. And I'm very much in favor of putting it in beans like this. And most of the time, when I cook green beans, I do fill them full of meat. But there's times you don't have meat or you don't want meat in your green beans. And I would have never dreamed that these could be as flavorful as they are without putting meat in them. I mean, I've always eaten them with meat growing up, but these are just as good, if not better, without meat. All right, we're getting down. See how the juice is just about gone? Very little water left in it. Now we'll watch them close from here because we don't want to burn them, we don't want to scorch them. We'll let it cook just a little bit more. I'm standing over them, watching them. And if you notice, the water is almost gone, and you're down to just the little bit of oil you put in there, and the tablespoon of sugar. See, that's oil. So we're getting close now. I think I can smell, there's a change in the smell. The caramelization has begun. Can you hear them beginning to sizzle? That's where the magic happens. Now, like I said, as the water disappears, you'll notice that the magic is happening. Oh yeah. They're starting to sizzle now. The oil and the sugar is working together, and it's going to create a beautiful caramelization that just adds a depth of flavor that you won't believe. Now, we've kept this simple. 3 ingredients. The cooking process is what the magic is all about. It's about patience and letting those green beans transform into a side dish that's not only delicious, but also a star on your holiday table. Hear the sizzle? On the stick. They will. Oh yeah. We're getting there. Okay, I better keep these stirred. I can smell the caramelization on these. And just about all the liquid is gone, even the oil. Just a little tiny bit left. And I won't run it to the very, very bottom. I don't want to take a chance on them burning or getting scorched. See if I can find one. You can't tell it too much right here. Maybe right there. See, that's bits of caramelization. Oh man, does it smell good. All right, I'm about to take these off the heat. There is no liquid left at the bottom of my pan. And there you have it, Granny's Garden Greens with a touch of holiday magic. The simplicity of 3 ingredients and a little patience can create something truly extraordinary. I can't wait to taste them, but they're going to be so hot. Ooh, they hot. I can smell. This is not your ordinary green bean. I can smell it. That's going to burn my tongue. What is it my mama used to say? Or my daddy, I think is the one that said it. Burnt the hair off my tongue. Oh my goodness. That's wonderful. I guarantee you, you will not regret making them this way. And it did not take 1 ounce of meat. One more. And believe it or not, we put a tablespoon of sugar in there. But all the sugar does is help it caramelize. The beans are not sweet. I mean, I'm not trying to promote sweet green beans. They're not sweet. It's just delicious. Good night. Put some of these on your Thanksgiving table and then let me know in the comments how your family liked them. Don't say anything about them. Don't say how you cooked them. But just put them on the table in place of your regular green bean dish. And let me know what they say about it. I hope you enjoy making and savoring this dish as much as I do. Share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe for more delicious recipes. So from Granny's kitchen to yours, happy holidays, and I'll talk to y'all later. That is delicious. Wowzers. Get ready to transport yourself to a time gone by. These southern dainties are known by many names: Christmas balls, wedding cookies, Italian cookie balls, pecan snowballs, snowball cookies, pecan meltaways. Some even call them pecan sandies. They might go by various names, yet they embody a nostalgic fusion of buttery pecans, subtle sweetness, and enduring charm with each delightful, melt-in-your-mouth bite. We're going to need pecans. We're going to need vanilla, a dash of salt, 1 cup of butter. We're going to need powdered sugar and all-purpose flour. And I think that's it. Let's get started. Now, before we get started, can anybody tell me what this is? I found it in an old crib up there at my parents' home place. And it stays on a shelf in the foyer. I'm guessing it's a nutcracker. Now, I've never used it. My parents did have me using a different kind growing up. But I'm guessing it's a nutcracker. I wonder. Oop, look at there. Yes, it is. Hey, that did a pretty good job. Look at that. I sure am glad that I don't have to sit down and crack and hull all those pecans by hand to be able to make this dish. We have a local pecan company here. And I went the other day and got, I think I just got 1 bag. I do see a few little shells still in them, so I'm going to be really particular getting them out. Now, I will say, when I was growing up, we had pecan crackers at the house, and during this time of year, when the pecans were ready, we did have to sit down and crack and haul them out at night. That would be what we would do if we were watching a TV program. Not my most favorite thing, but I did it. Of course. It's just real important that you don't get any shell in this. See, there's some shell. I think there's a term for this when they're not completely clean of shell. Okay, time to switch to voiceover. My throat is irritated today, and every time I start talking, I start coughing, so let's quit that. The term I was looking for is called cracked and blown. These pecans are cracked, and the majority of the shells are blown out and removed, so the pecans shell out quickly. But not all of the shell is gone, so you have to be careful. Start out by chopping 1 cup of pecans. Now I chop mine pretty small because they're going to go in these little meltaways, but I don't want pecan dust or pecan flour. Once I finish chopping them, I put my 1/4 cup powdered sugar in my chopper and I pulse it just a time or two more just to incorporate that sugar into the pecans. Next, I'm going to pull my cookie dough together, and I'm going to start out with my dry ingredients. You need 2 cups of all-purpose flour, and if you notice, I like to fluff mine in the container before I dip it out. To that, I'm going to add 1/4 teaspoon of salt and just a hint of cinnamon. Then just whisk your dry ingredients together. Now you'll notice I picked up my bowl and gave it a good sniff. I love the smell of cinnamon in the kitchen. Now for the wet ingredients, I'm going to add 1 teaspoon of vanilla, a splash of my pecan oil, 1 cup of butter, which is 2 sticks. Now that we have our dough all mixed together, we're going to shape our dough into little balls. Perfect little morsels that are bite-sized and irresistible. Now I use the smallest cookie scoop I have because I want to be able to pop the whole cookie in my mouth. If you try to bite it or make 2 bites out of it, it's probably going to fall apart because when you get them in your mouth, they start to melt away. Now, if you don't like your dough balls to be shaped like your cookie scooper with a flat bottom, which I kind of like, they sit up better, you can just take and roll them in your hands about 3 or 4 times, put them right back on the cookie sheet, and you're ready for the oven. I have a convection oven, and I baked mine at 325 for 12 minutes. Now, when you take them out, you'll notice that the bottoms are a little bit brown and you've got some cracking going on. That's when you know they're ready. Let them stay on the baking sheet for just a few minutes and then very carefully pick them up and take them off and put them on a cooling rack. They will crumble in your hand with the least amount of pressure, so very carefully put them on a cooling rack. Now, once they've cooled enough you can handle them, very gently roll them in some powdered sugar and put them back on the cooling rack to finish cooling. With a plate full of Southern old-fashioned pecan meltaways, or sandies, or snowballs, it's time to indulge. Savor the melt-in-your-mouth experience, with each bite unfolding layers of heritage and love. Serve them at your next gathering or holiday, and just watch as your friends and family can't resist their heavenly charm. Thank you for joining me in the kitchen today. I hope you enjoy this old-fashioned recipe, and I hope you make it for your family. Make sure to subscribe to the channel for more mouth-watering, delicious delights. Happy baking and happy holidays. Talk to y'all later.
Hey, guess where I'm at today? The pantry. I'm cooking from the pantry today. And today, I think I'm going to make, this is something new to me, I'm going to call it Express Lane Fudge. Why am I making Express Lane Fudge? Let me show you. Maybe you can see this in the dark. That is a canister full of chocolate chips, and this recipe calls for chocolate chips. So we're going to have fudge today. Let's grab them. Okay, I've never made this recipe, but we're going to try it today. It looks easy enough. We're going to need, 12 ounces of semi-sweet chocolate chips, a can of condensed milk, a teaspoon of vanilla, at least a half cup of pecans. I will probably do more, and I'll put a little pecan oil in mine just because I have it. So let's get this going. This really does seem like a shortcut, especially for candy making, but I'm going to try it. How can you go wrong with pretty much 2 main ingredients is all this thing calls for. Let's put our chocolate chips in here. All right, and then this can of milk. Oh, that's thick. Christmas time. I think of sweet treats at Christmas time. Candies you don't normally see any other time of the year come out at Christmas. Fudge being one of them. Or at least in my family, that's the way it's always been. But I have never made fudge like this. But I know everybody is so busy, and you don't want to sacrifice flavor. So let's just give it a try and see what it tastes like. Let me mix it up a little bit, and then I'm going to put it in the microwave. I'm going to say a minute. Let's see if it's melted in a minute. You noticed in the pantry, I have got a canister. I don't know how this happened, but I got a canister full of chocolate chips. Okay, that was a minute. Let's see how we look. Are we melted? Ooh. Maybe just one more little zap. I can still see some chips, but for the most part, it's melted. Maybe 15 seconds or so. All right, that was 15 more seconds, and that's going to do it. She is melted. Melted and combined. So let's get our half teaspoon or 1 teaspoon of vanilla. There's a half. 1. I'm going to put at least a half of my, since I'm going to put pecans in this, a pecan oil. I'll put in the last of my Priesters pecans. Let's see if that's enough. If not, I've got some here in the chopper ready to go. Oh, that might do it. We better get this poured up before it gets any stiffer. I think it says put this in the refrigerator for 2 hours after you make it. I wonder if when I taste it or when I'm eating it, it's going to scream chocolate chips to me. I hope not, because it sure is a quick way to make it. I believe it's trying to firm back up. It's nice if you can run across a recipe that doesn't sacrifice flavor or you get the sensation like, that's not what I remember from Christmases at home. All right, pecan fudge. Let's get it in the refrigerator. Okay, it's chilled. Let's get it out of the pan and see what we've got here. I wonder if this will cut it. See if I can cut just a tiny bit of the edge off for tasting. Oh, yeah. Well, it's set up well. Ooh, look at those nuts. That's perfection to me. I love it when it's full of nuts. So it looks like it'll cut easy. Now it's chilled pretty good. There's one. I'm just curious about the flavor. Can you see the texture? Well, it's cold, and I'm not used to eating it cold, but I get plenty of pecans. I guess putting that oil in there, there's plenty of pecan flavor. Is there a difference in the fudge that I remember eating? It's very good. It's very tasty. The difference is it's creamier. You know how in a Hershey Kiss, you hold it in your mouth and it melts creamy? That's what it reminds me of. But then adding those nuts to it helps that. To me, it's like eating a Hershey Kiss with nuts in it. I like it. So just like that, we have a festive Christmas time holiday treat, and I think that'll impress anybody. Now what I'm going to do, I'll leave it at room temperature and see if it holds its shape good, and I'll let you know later. But that's the perfect blend of sweet and the nuts. I mean, it's a perfect blend, and it brings back all the holiday memories, the Christmas memories, the special treat memories. The only thing that's different to me about it, as of yet, now, like I say, I'm going to let it come to room temperature and make sure it holds its shape good, but I think it will. It's creamier than the old-fashioned fudge, the stovetop kind. But that is delicious. So I thank you for joining me in the kitchen today here at the Old Tobacco Patch. I hope you've got your Christmas shopping done. I hope you've got your Christmas menus planned, parties planned, or gatherings with family. Because Christmas will come and it'll be gone before you know it. I hope you give this fudge a try. And here at the Old Tobacco Patch, I just wish you a joyous and treat-filled holiday season. Talk to y'all later. Discover a Southern-inspired holiday delight. This irresistible, chocolate-covered, peanut butter-filled Ritz cracker. Elevate your festive season with a taste of Southern comfort and a delightful blend of sweet and savory in every bite. So come on in and join me in the kitchen and let's indulge in this delightful blend. It's sweet, it's savory, and it's filled with peanut butter. Does it get any better? This irresistible treat is inspired by the flavors of the South, and it's the perfect addition to elevate your holiday season. Let's get started. Now today I'm going to be using, of course, Ritz crackers. I've got some crunchy peanut butter and creamy. I might make some of both. I've got almond bark to dip them in. For toppings, I've got toffee bits, which is here. I've got some sprinkles, sugar sprinkles. I've got some peppermint. I ground up a peppermint cane. I think I've got some other decoratives here in the fridge. Let me get them out. Yes, I might pick some out of there, just to decorate the top of them with. Now I've started out by placing some parchment paper on the counter. I need to move my supplies off of it. And let's start getting these put together. Boy, this feels like Christmas. Now, what do I want? I think I want some of both. This is crunchy, which has not been opened yet. Crunchy. And I have some creamy, and it has been opened. So I wonder, take a little bit and see how much I can get in here. I want as much peanut butter in there as I can get without too much of it coming out. Perfect. Oh, that looks good. All right, so there's a creamy. You could put this in a sandwich bag or a piping bag, but I'm not going to make that many. There's just the two of us here. Sometimes when it gets a little bit closer to Christmas, I'll make up little treat boxes. Where's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And give them away, but I won't do it this early. There's a creamy. 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 This one might be a little light. No, it's okay. Creamy. All right, now I want a little bit of crunchy. I'm the crunchy girl. I need to open some more crackers. All right, there's 2 crunchy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. These would make great little treats to give away. I think they would hold pretty good since they'll be coated in chocolate. I don't know about y'all, but I love sweet and salty. I can remember when I still lived at home as a kid, sometimes my parents would get out and ride around on Sunday. And my daddy, I mean, it was known. He was going to stop at a store at some point and he was going to get probably a Reese's peanut butter cup and a bag of just plain chips, just a plain salty chip, like a Lay's maybe, a plain Lay's. So I guess that's where I get that sweet and salty love. It's from my daddy. Now I'm going to see if I can't melt some of this almond bark. Move some of this out of the way. Got me a bowl. And I'm just using plain old almond bark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's start there. I'll break it. And I don't know really how long it'll take to melt it. Every microwave is different. Melt on full power for 1 minute. Stir. Return for 15-second intervals each time. Okay? 1 minute. Grab me a spatula. Okay, let's see how close we are. It's melting. It's been in there almost 2 minutes in my microwave. Still got some clumps. Let me see if they'll stir out though. All right. Sure, this will be a little bit time consuming getting them covered. Let's see. And you want to work a little bit fast before your chocolate starts hardening. One. not bad. It's covering pretty good. Do y'all have Christmas memories or holiday memories in general to where your aunts either came to your house or a lot of the family gathered at the grandparents' house, and they would all be in the kitchen making their treats, whatever they were going to contribute to the meal and the gathering. And I always thought it was so neat because everybody had their own take, something they were known for too. Pleasant childhood memories. Now, before these get too set or hardened off, I need to put some toppings on them while they're still wet. I wonder if I can get these done real quick. Oh, whoopsie. Three more in this batch. I just want to get them all out where I can put some toppings on them. Oh, dropped him. Try again. Let's go ahead and get him out. I'll set this to the side. Now, on part of these, I don't know why, but I wanted some peppermint sprinkled on the top. Oh, that looks festive. All right, there's 3 of those. I wonder what this red sugar will look like. I bet it won't show up on this chocolate too good. 2 of those. Here's what I really wanted. Toffee. I don't know if I want any of these or not. They're cute. Hold that thought. I want toffee. Let's get it on here before this gets completely dry. Now, I think I'm going to let these set here at room temperature. I could put them on a baking sheet and put them in the refrigerator. That'll help speed up the process, but I want them to get good and set before I pick them up. Once the chocolate has set, these treats should be ready to be either enjoyed right then or packaged up as a homemade holiday gift. Feel free to get creative with different types of chocolate or toppings to suit your taste or your preferences for your holiday theme. Okay, they have chilled. I put them in the refrigerator so they would chill a little bit quicker. But here's the ones with ground up peppermint stick on top. This was just some red sprinkles. They don't show up that well. I mean, you can see it. It's just sugar, red sugar. But these are toffee bits. Now, what I didn't think about at the time is what would really be good on top of this chocolate is to sprinkle, what do you call it? Is it kosher salt? Sea salt, but it's in a real light flake. It's bigger than grains of salt. It's a flake of salt. That would have been delicious. That would have been sweet and salty times. But that would have been good on top. I would like chopped up pecans or peanuts on top. That would be good. And also, I didn't do it, but I even took out some vanilla almond bark, I guess is what it is. I was going to melt some of that and drizzle it across the top. But you know what? I've got the Heath toffee bits on the top of most of them. I tasted a peppermint. I'm not a chocolate and peppermint. I'm not too big of a fan. I've never liked York peppermint patties. I've never liked thin mints that have chocolate on them. So I didn't make but just a few of them. I just thought they looked very festive, and they do. But the majority of them is going to have these Heath toffee bits. That is delicious. Delish. You know, in the South, Christmas is not just about the presents under the tree. It's about spending time with your loved ones, sharing moments together, and finding joy in simple things, such as these homemade treats that just embody the spirit of the season. I hope you are enjoying your holiday season and creating wonderful memories. Merry Christmas to y'all, and I'll talk to you later.